just want to say that it's a little hard to be lectured to about the pain that is being inflicted on the American people when we have heard nothing from our Republican colleagues as this administration saw their shutdown as an opportunity to fire another additional 4,000 plus federal workers to the 200,000 they have already let go, to threaten furloughed federal workers they might not get their pay after this shutdown concludes. Where was the outrage? And going on and lecturing our air traffic controllers that somehow they're not patriotic enough to be working without pay. And then we just go through the parade of horribles on the split screen. People so concerned their spouse may not be able to have the cancer treatment continue they need. They may not be able to manage their diabetes, get that inhaler that their child needs, and the continuing medical care to survive. And nothing as the president takes down the East Wing to build a ballroom, hosts a Great Gatsby party with a burlesque show thrown in, $40 billion to bail out Argentina. And then we get to SNAP, where this president and the loyalists in Congress sat on their hands and made up excuses. Well, they took food away from hungry kids, seniors, veterans, disabled people.
इसलिए बता रहे हैं कि 2 जिंदा कारतूस भी यहाँ से बरामद हुए, क्योंकि देखिए जिस गाड़ी में विस्फोट हुआ था, अब उस गाड़ी से हो सकता है कि जो लाइफ कार्टेजेस हैं वो गिरे हों। तो कहीं ना कहीं देखिए जो एनआईए है, अब इस पूरे ब्लास्ट की जांच एनआईए को सौंप दी गई है। तो ऐसे में अब एनआईए यहाँ पर पहुंची है और एनआईए इस पूरे मामले की अब जांच कर रही है। साथ ही अगर हम बात करें तो देखिए बड़ी तैयारी
डॉक्टर साहब इनके महाराष्ट्र से कार्ड
visual from the village what we are that area has been and you can see the paramedic forces can be seen over here. The rapid action forces are also over here. The entire area has been barricaded by the Delhi police team, and right now the case has been isolated by the investigators, and right now the NIA are also at the village spot and they are collecting more evidence from the spot. And earlier what we have seen that also very is not only for the first time there were on different locations what we have seen that first time 2,500 kg of explosive materials were recovered by the Hyderabad crime branch. Later on 300 kg of explosive was
अर्जुन
फिर से आपका स्वागत है और देखिए ग्राउंड जीरो से लगातार हर अपडेट एबीपी न्यूज पर हम आपको पहुंचा रहे हैं और दिल्ली धमाके के बाद कई ऐसे सवाल जो आपके देश का हर व्यक्ति जानना चाहता है। आखिर दिल्ली के इस इलाके को फैलाने के पीछे की साजिश और उसके पीछे कितने चेहरे, ये तार कहाँ तक जुड़ रहे हैं, इतनी बड़ी साजिश को अंजाम आखिर कैसे दिया गया, और यही सवाल अब सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के लिए बड़ी चुनौती भी बनी हुई है। हालांकि हर दिन जैसे जैसे अब जांच आगे बढ़ रही है कई अहम खुलासे भी हो रहे हैं और इसी बीच ये जो डॉक्टर मौजूद जिसका जिक्र हम बार बार कर रहे हैं, जिसकी फरीदाबाद से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर और उत्तर प्रदेश तक चर्चा हो रही है, इस पर भी कुछ नए खुलासे सामने आए हैं। इसी बीच एक बड़ी खबर आपको मैं डॉक्टर शाहीन जो एक महत्वपूर्ण किरदार इन धमाके के बाद जो एक सामने चेहरा निकलकर सामने आया, इससे जुड़ी हुई बड़ी खबर की अब इसके तार महाराष्ट्र से भी जुड़ रही है। सूत्र जानकारी दे रहे हैं जो डॉक्टर शाहीन महाराष्ट्र में उसका निकाह हुआ था, यानी इसकी शादी महाराष्ट्र में हुई थी। जफर हयात नाम के शख्स से इसकी शादी हुई थी। सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि 2015 में, हालांकि दोनों अलग हो गए थे, दोनों का तलाक हो गया था। शाहीन के महाराष्ट्र कनेक्शन की भी अब जांच की जा रही है और अब देखिए जैसे ही जांच का दायरा बढ़ा है, दूसरे राज्यों तक पहुंचा है, जाहिर है कि महाराष्ट्र तक भी जाएगा। और जो बताया जा रहा है कि जफर हयात जिसका नाम जिस शख्स के साथ उसकी शादी हुई थी, उस तक भी जांच पहुंचेगी, एजेंसी वहां भी पहुंचेंगी। इसी बीच एक और बड़ी खबर भी आपको मैं बता दूं, एटीएस की तरफ से ये जानकारी मिल रही है जिस तरीके से कार्रवाई एटीएस की इस मामले में कर रही है। महाराष्ट्र एटीएस का एक्शन हुआ है। मुंद्रा कौसा में इब्राहिम आबिदी के घर पर छापा मारा है। इब्राहिम आबिदी के घर से कई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उपकरण जो है वो फिलहाल जब्त किए गए हैं और इसी के साथ बच्चों को आतंकी गतिविधियों के लिए उकसाने का एक बड़ा आरोप भी इस शख्स पर लगा है। इब्राहिम आबिदी की दूसरी पत्नी के घर पर भी छापेमारी की कार्रवाई की गई है और इसके साथ ही सूत्री भी बता रहे हैं कि दूसरी पत्नी के घर पर भी कुछ महत्वपूर्ण चीजें निकल कर सामने आई है। कुर्ला की एक मस्जिद में इब्राहिम आबिदी उर्दू पढ़ाने का काम करता था और बच्चों को उकसाने का, यानी कि एक तरीके से उनका ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम किया करता था। सुशील लगातार हमें अपडेट कर रहे हैं इस बड़ी खबर पर। सुशील, अब ताज महाराष्ट्र तक जाते हुए ये कनेक्शन अब महाराष्ट्र भी निकलकर सामने आ रहा है, इस पर क्या कोई नया अपडेट चल रहा है?
कैसे हैं सर? थोड़ी देर लगा सकते हैं? कैमरा क्यों है?
ये आपने थोड़ा गैप दे लो।
हाँ जी सर।
आप थोड़ा गैप दे लो प्लीज। मेरा ना नोटिस लाइट पे कटा हुआ दिक्कत है। उधर लगा लो, आप उधर कर लो। आप इधर से बना लीजिए ना, इधर स्पेस है, आप इधर आ जाइए, स्पेस है इधर। अच्छा आप हिमांशु भाई, अच्छा हिमांशु भाई उधर लगा लो, हमारे यहाँ ट्राइपॉड होता है तो उधर वाला उधर लगा लो।
यहाँ से नहीं मिलेगा तो लगा।
सब कुछ है ही नहीं, क्या चेंज करूँ? वहाँ पर उसके बाद वो लखनऊ गई। लखनऊ में जब पूछताछ हुई तो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को थोड़ा क्लोज कर दिया है। जब ये तमाम चीजें छोड़ना किया तो डॉक्टर कुमार वहाँ से फरार इसीलिए हुआ कि उसे ये लगा कि जो हम लोग प्लानिंग कर रहे थे वो प्लानिंग
दिल्ली ब्लास्ट को लेकर लगातार इंडिया टीवी पर आप अपडेट देख रहे हैं और इस वक्त की बड़ी खबर आपको बता दें कि एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त ब्लास्ट वाली जगह पर पहुंची है। एनआईए डॉक्टर से कब से काट लिया और तेजी आ गई है और जिस तरह से एनआईए आगे काम कर रही है कई बड़े खुलासे हो रहे हैं जिसके बारे में हम आपको आगे जानकारी देंगे। साथ ही बताते हैं कि हमारी सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने एक बड़ी साजिश को नाकाम काम कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान में मौजूद तंजीमों ने चाहे हिंदुस्तान हो या फिर लश्कर तोयबा हो, भारत के अंदर एक टेरर मॉड्यूल को उन्होंने एक्टिवेट कर दिया था, जिसका मकसद था कि दिल्ली के अंदर सीरियल ब्लास्ट करवाया जाए और उसी के मद्देनजर फरीदाबाद से करीब 3,000 किलो का अमोनियम हाइड्रेट रिकवर किया गया था। इसको लेकर और भी कुछ खुलासे हो रहे हैं और किस तरह से हमारे एजेंसीज ने इस बड़े काम किया उसके बारे में भी आपको बताएंगे इस ब्रेक के बाद।
अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलता है, टाइटोनियम मिलता है, ऑक्सीजन मिलता है और वेपन यानी कि बहुत वेपन जैसे है कारतूस बरामद होता है। इसका माइलेज इतना बड़ा होगा कि अगर 3,000 किलोग्राम अमोनियम नाइट्रेट फरीदाबाद में आया है तो वो किस तरह लाया गया होगा। 50-75 बोलियां जब हम वहाँ पर मौजूद थे तो 50 से 60 किलो बोलियां अमोनियम नाइट्रेट
ये वाला सीसीटीवी तो नहीं है, ये तो मैंने पहली बार देखा भी।
रखा था और जो पुराना था जिसको फिलहाल हिरासत में लिया गया था या उससे उसकी बातचीत थी और उससे बोला था कि जो सरकार का ये प्रयास है तमाम जो अखबार के लोग हैं तो उन्होंने कहा कि यहाँ पर किया वहाँ पर तमाम लंबा प्लान कर रहे थे पूरे भारत को जिताने को लेकर, लेकिन जांच एजेंसियां
ये खुलासे ये तो साफ कर रहे हैं, ये सुशील ये साफ कर रहे हैं कि देखिए कोई छोटी मोटी प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये प्लानिंग और ये षड्यंत्र है, ये बहुत बड़ा रचा जाना था। लेकिन क्योंकि इसका पहले ही खुलासा हो गया, ये भंडाफोड़ पहले ही हो गया, जिस वजह से वो जो बहुत बड़ी प्लानिंग की बात अब निकल कर सामने आ रही है वो कहीं ना कहीं पूरी तरीके से फेल है। अच्छा, आपने ये मेरे साथ इसी बीच एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है, अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को लेकर ये बड़ी खबर आ रही है कि उस यूनिवर्सिटी की आधिकारिक वेबसाइट को हैक कर लिया गया था, हैकर्स ने हैक किया था, बाकायदा उस पेज पर एक संदेश भी छोड़ा था। मैं इसके बारे में आपको बता दूं कि इंडियन साइबर अलायंस नाम का ये ग्रुप है जिसने इसे हैक करने की जिम्मेदारी ली और उसके बाद जो उसने वो मैसेज उस पेज पर लिखा था, जो वहां छोड़ा था, उनके जरिए एक तरीके से वो चेतावनी थी और ये चेतावनी थी कि अगर भारत में कट्टरपंथी इस्लामिक यूनिवर्सिटीज इस तरह की बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी, इस तरह की हरकत को बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। आगे उसमें ये भी कहा गया कि अगर आप ऐसी जिहादी मानसिकता को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, इस तरीके की हरकत करेंगे तो फिर आप भारत छोड़िए, पाकिस्तान चले जाइए। ये मैसेज था जिन हैकर्स ने उस अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की आधिकारिक वेबसाइट को हैक करने के बाद उस पेज पर ये महत्वपूर्ण संदेश भेजा था। सुशील, इस ग्रुप के बारे में क्या जानकारी है, कब ये हैक की गई थी और इसे लेकर क्या कोई डिटेल बताई गई है, कोई जानकारी इसे लेकर मिल रही है?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है ये यहाँ जो मामला था वो इसको जाना जा रहा है जो मोबाइल नंबर लिखा है उस पर जब ये उम्र बाकी था या नहीं वहाँ पर मौजूद था तो क्या अगर वो यहाँ पर मौजूद था तो संकट है था तो तमाम डेटा को निकाला जा रहा है। जो किसान अपराध जहाँ पर तमाम पकड़े हुए हैं अपराध पर भी जो मुजम्मिल है वो रहता था उसके तमाम दस्ते बरामद हुए और उसके बाद वहीं से मध्य प्रदेश जो 400 मीटर दूरी पर एक गाँव है वहाँ जब यहाँ पर सवाल खड़ा करना है तो फरीदाबाद में जिसका हॉटस्पॉट था जहाँ पर लोग एक बड़ी जो अपराध होती है वो मेडिकल कॉलेज भी है और हॉस्पिटल भी है तो वहाँ पर तमाम लोग थे वहाँ की जो फिलहाल हॉस्पिटल है उसका हिरासत में लिया गया जिससे अपराध वो लोग उमर और मुजम्मिल और आगे तमाम लोगों से संपर्क में थे उनको निकाला जा रहा है क्योंकि अपराध
कि डॉक्टर्स जो इस तरह का विवाद कहते हैं उनका इसका परिणाम में शामिल होना अपने आप में सवाल खड़ा करता है। अच्छा, इसी बीच एक बड़ी खबर और बड़ी खबर ये है कि जन 12 लोगों के शव की शिनाख्त कर पाना बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी। उनमें से 8 शवों की शिनाख्त हो चुकी है और उसके बाद उनके परिजनों को सौंपने की प्रक्रिया भी शुरू हो गई। लेकिन 4 ऐसे शव हैं जिनके शामिल अभी तक आज नहीं किए जा सके हैं, जो भी प्रक्रिया चल रही है। तो बड़ी खबर है जिन 12 लोगों की जान गई है उन 12 में से 8 लोगों के शवों की शिनाख्त हो चुकी है। आखिर वो कौन से इसके बारे में जानकारी मिल गई है और साथ ही अब उन शवों को परिजनों को सौंपा भी जा रहा है। दूसरी तरफ अब 4 शव जो अभी जिनका मिलान होना बाकी है, फिलहाल ये जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है। सुशील, अभी क्योंकि बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी, जिस तरीके से ये हादसा हुआ, जिस तरीके से ये घटनास्थल पर जिस तरीके से ब्लास्ट हुआ था, उसके बाद वो चिखड़े दूर तक साफ होते हुए यहाँ पर लोगों ने देखे। इसी सड़क पर कई जगह पर शव के टुकड़े पड़े हुए थे जो अपने आप में लोगों को दहला रहे थे अंदर तक। अच्छा, शिवांग हमारे साथ इस पर जुड़े हुए हैं, वो हमें जानकारी देंगे। पूरी खबर बताइएगा। इस तरीके से अब जो 4 बाकी शवों की शिनाख्त हो रही है और बाकी 8 बताया जा रहा है कि उनके शिनाख्त हो चुकी है और परिजनों को सौंपने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो भी शुरू हो गई। शिवांग, और देखिए शिवांग, जिस तरीके से अब ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है कि जो कार में शव के टुकड़े हैं, क्योंकि उसका भी जिस तरीके से अभी इंतजार किया जा रहा है कि आखिर उसकी पहचान कब होगी, उसके डीएनए सैंपल जो लिए गए थे उनका भी टेस्ट हो रहा था, उस पर कोई अपडेट है?
जानकारी आ रही है उसमें बता दें दिल्ली पुलिस ने बीती रात एनआईए को फिलहाल अभी भी इस पूरे इलाके को
जा रही है बल्कि बढ़ा दी गई है, लगातार चौकसी बढ़ती जा रही है। अब इस धमाके के बाद श्रीगंगानगर में भी सुरक्षा और बढ़ाई गई है। अलर्ट मोड पर इस वक्त जो सुरक्षा बल है वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। बीएसएफ की सभी चौकियों को विशेष चौकसी बरतने के निर्देश वहां दिए गए हैं। पाकिस्तान से सटे हुए जो इलाके हैं, जो सीमावर्ती इलाके हैं, वहां पर ये निर्देश जारी किए गए हैं। राजस्थान के श्रीगंगानगर में इस वक्त वाहनों की तलाशी लगातार की जा रही है। आने जाने वाले हर वाहन की चेकिंग हो, ये सुनिश्चित की जा रही है। भीड़ भाड़ वाली जगह, रेलवे स्टेशन, बस अड्डे, सब जगहों पर सुरक्षा इस वक्त जो है वो पुख्ता की जा रही है। तो ये फिलहाल अभी तक का अपडेट है, लेकिन लगातार इस जो अपडेट नए नए निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं वो कई बड़े खुलासे भी कर रहे हैं, जिस पर हर अपडेट हम आपको लगातार दे रहे हैं। फिलहाल आगे बढ़ने से पहले इस वक्त की हेडलाइंस।
टर्न लेना अपनी बोर्डिंग की ओर। दिल्ली ब्लास्ट को लेकर सीधे लाल किले से लगातार आप इंडिया टीवी पर ये स्पेशल कवरेज देख रहे हैं। मेरे साथ मेरे तमाम सहयोगी भी जुड़े हैं जो हमें इस खबर पर अपडेट देंगे।
देखिए, देश भर में सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को चौकस किया जा रहा है। मेरे पीछे भी आप देख रहे हैं जिस तरीके से लगातार हर पल यहाँ पर बढ़ रही है और चौकसी बढ़ती जा रही है और साथ ही जगह जगह तलाशी अभियान भी चलाए जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली
लेकिन आपको पता है इस वक्त की जो सबसे बड़ी खबर निकलकर सामने आ रही है
अभियान चलाया गया। बताया जा रहा है कि वहाँ पर एक कार से 1 करोड़ कैश बरामद। एक गाड़ी से चेकिंग के दौरान ये कैश बरामद हुआ। कैश के साथ दो लोगों को भी हिरासत में लिया गया और अब उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है कि आखिर ये कैश उनके पास कहाँ से आया, कहाँ ले जाया जा रहा था, कहाँ से लौट रहे थे, ये तमाम सवाल उनसे पूछे जा रहे हैं। लेकिन ये बड़ी खबर है क्योंकि 1 करोड़ कैश इस गाड़ी से मिलना ये भी सवाल खड़े करता है। सुशील, एक गाड़ी से कैश बरामद, वो भी 1 करोड़ कैश बरामद हुआ है। क्या अपडेट है?
में कई क्लास करेंगे लेकिन वो इसमें नाकाम रहे और 26 तारीख को उनका अगला टारगेट था कि जब 26 जनवरी गणतंत्र दिवस दिल्ली में मनाया जाएगा उस दौरान लाल किले को निशाना बनाया जाएगा। और इस वक्त ये सबसे बड़ी खबर निकलकर सामने आई है जिसमें खुलासा हुआ है कि पूछताछ के दौरान एजेंसी को पता चला कि जो डॉक्टर ओमर है और डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल है इनके फोन डेटा को निकाला गया और इनके फोन डेटा के जरिए बड़ी खबर निकल कर आई है। इस खबर पर ज्यादा जानकारी के लिए कुमार सोनू से और जानकारी लेंगे। कुमार सोनू, ये आपकी बहुत बड़ी खबर है, बहुत बड़ी ब्रेकिंग आपकी ओर से आ रही है कि 26 तारीख को दिल्ली में गणतंत्र दिवस के मौके पर इनका मकसद था कि लाल किले पर हमला किया जाए।
आगे बढ़े तो एक बनाई और ये भी पता चला है अभी कुछ देर पहले वो आज पहुंचने वाली है और सभी परिवार से तमाम जो सारा हालांकि माना जा रहा है कि आज कोई भी बैकग्राउंड
और इसी पर अब सवाल भी उठ रहे हैं फरीदा, ये एक बड़ा प्रश्न चल रहा है। वो इस तरीके से उठा रहे हैं कि देखिए जो ये धमाका हुआ, क्या
एक और बात ये बताइए कि इसका मतलब साफ हो जाता है कि डॉक्टर उमर है, उसे इस इलाके के बारे में पूरी जानकारी थी।
फरीदाबाद में जिस तरीके से विस्फोटकों पर जखीरा बरामद हुआ, अगर समय रहते वो अलर्ट थोड़ा और बढ़ाया गया होता, अगर इस हादसे या इस घटना को, इस धमाके को रोका नहीं जा सकता, ये बड़ा प्रश्न चल उठ रहा है। जम्मू कश्मीर सवाल इसको लेकर भी यहाँ पर ये उठ रहा है कि क्या क्रेडिट लेने की होड़ में बच्चा खाना और आखिर वक्त पर एक्शन। एक चौंकाने वाली रिपोर्ट आपको
लोगों का भी लेकिन जिस तरह से जो खबर आपने पहुंचाई है कुमार से की 26 तारीख यानी 26 जनवरी को लेकर वो पहले से ही एक साजिश रच रहे थे गणतंत्र दिवस के दौरान दिल्ली के लालकिले पर हमला करना था, लेकिन वो नाकाम हो गया। तो पहले थी डॉक्टर ओमर इस इलाके के बारे में अच्छी तरह की जानकारी थी, लेकिन इस बीच एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है जहां पर दिल्ली में इस वक्त लगातार जांच एजेंसियां इसका इंतजाम तलाश रही है, हर एक पहलू को जोड़ने की कोशिश कर रही है। दूसरी तरफ जम्मू कश्मीर में वहां पर जो एक्शन लिया जा रहा है, जम्मू कश्मीर में 100 से ज्यादा लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है, 70 से ज्यादा जगहों पर इस वक्त छापेमारी हो चुकी है और बारामूला में 39 से ज्यादा ठिकानों में छापेमारी हुई है। कुल मिलाकर देखा जाए तो पिछले 24 घंटों में 32 से ज्यादा सर्च ऑपरेशन हो चुके हैं और इस पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ मंजूर एक तरफ दिल्ली में जहाँ एनआईए बहुत ज्यादा एक्टिव हो चुके हैं और यहाँ पर तफ्तीश हो रही है, दूसरी तरफ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने लगातार ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी कर रही है, क्योंकि जो पूरा फरीदाबाद मॉड्यूल है उसका जो जड़ है कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर से ही जुड़ा हुआ है।
क्या है विंडो में क्या है
मंजूर, जिस तरह से यहाँ पर जांच एजेंसियां अब आगे तफ्तीश कर रही है, एनआईए जहाँ पर दिल्ली में जांच कर रही है तो दूसरी तरफ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस भी लगातार सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रही है, क्योंकि ये जो पूरा फरीदाबाद मॉडल चलकर सामने आया है इसके जो जड़ है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में ही मिल रहे हैं।
ये दोनों आएगा किस तरह इधर आओ ना।
तो देखिए ये वो सवाल है जो अब उठ रहे हैं कि आखिर क्या इस समय रहते रोका जा सकता, क्या आगे की तालमेल जिसकी कमी अब दिखाई दे रही है, अगर वो सही तरीके से होता तो क्या इस ब्लास्ट को होने से रोका जा सकता था, समय से पहले से नाकाम नहीं किया जा सकता था। और इसीलिए अब ये चुनौतियां इस लिहाज से बन रही है और अब जांच एजेंसियां ये जो हर दिन नए खुलासे हो रहे हैं वो उनके लिए भी एक बड़ा प्रश्न कि ये होने कैसे दिया गया। जो हमारे सहयोगी जगविंदर पटियाल बता रहे थे कि आखिर इतना बड़ा जखीरा विस्फोटकों का फरीदाबाद में कमरे से बरामद होता है और अलग अलग जगहों से भी इस तरीके की चीजें निकलकर सामने आती है, ये होने कैसे दिया गया। आपकी नाक के नीचे से वो गाड़ी इस पूरे एरिया में घूमती रही और फिर यहाँ आकर इस रेड लाइट पर आकर उसमें ब्लास्ट हो जाता है, 12 लोगों की जान चली जाती है, उन शवों की हालत ऐसी है कि घर वाले तक नहीं पहचान पाए। ये सब वो सवाल है जो अब इनके जवाब किस तरीके से मिलेंगे, ये तो बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। और इसी के साथ अब हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे कैसे अब इस जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाए। कार वहां तक करेक्शन कॉन्फ्रेंस निकलकर सामने आए, कई बड़े चेहरे निकल रहे हैं, वो चेहरे जो आपने पहले कभी नहीं देखे होंगे, लेकिन आज अब आप इनको हर टीवी चैनल पर, हर अखबारों में, हर शायद सबसे पहले क्योंकि यही वो चेहरे हैं, यही वो किरदार है जिनके षड्यंत्र की वजह से इन 12 लोगों ने अपनी जिंदगी को खोया। और ये जो मेरे पीछे आप सन्नाटा बसता हुआ देख रहे हैं ये इलाका जो कभी इस तरीके से शांत नहीं होता, लेकिन आज ये शांत है। इसे पूरी तरीके से बैरिकेड से घेर दिया गया है। घेराबंदी इसलिए की गई है क्योंकि कहीं न कहीं कमी तो हुई है और उसी कमी की वजह से उन 12 लोगों की जान गई और कई ऐसे लोग जो पूरी तरीके से घायल हुए अस्पताल में एडमिट है, वो भी एडमिट है। वो लोग यहाँ घूमने फिरने के लिए आए, कोई किसी काम से आया था, कोई अपनी दुकान पर जा रहा था, या फिर क्या हुआ? उनके अपनों के चीखने हुए उनका जवाब पर लगातार हमारी कवरेज जारी थी। आगे बढ़ने से पहले
अनामिका हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई है। अनामिका, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी एक बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर निकल सामने आया है, जहाँ से पूरा फैजाबाद कनेक्टेड नजर आ रहा है। विस्फोटक कैसे आए, कहाँ पर रखा गया और क्या जानकारी निकल कर सामने आई?
रेडी ಇದೆ
आपकी तो नहीं साथी
ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ
जबकि आप बहुत पहले थे
जस्ट फोन करो यार, बार बार बोलना है क्या? फिट ऑन होने के बाद कंपल्सरी मुझे फोन करना है।
हाँ सही बात है। आ जाओ भाई,
पदे पदे ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಮರ
अनामिका, जाहिर सी बात है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी चल रही है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद जब तथ्य निकलकर सामने आएंगे और आपको बता दें कि आज शाम तक हो सकता है कि एफएसएल की रिपोर्ट भी सौंपी जाएगी, जिसके बाद और भी बहुत ही विस्तार से इस बारे में जानकारी मिल जाएगी कि आखिरकार कौन से केमिकल का इस्तेमाल किया गया था। वो बात सुनो, लेकिन जो सबसे अहम चीज है यहाँ पर वो है जो डॉक्टर उमर और डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल ने प्लान था, लेकिन आखिरकार क्या ये तत्परता थी वो कामयाबी हासिल नहीं कर पाए और 26 जनवरी को अस्पताल की कार्ड आई कनेक्ट करेंगे। जल्दी कर देना, हाँ जल्दी कर देना। 60 बिल्कुल जाहिर सी बात है कि बहुत बड़ा मॉड्यूल था जो देश के अंदर दहशत फैलाने के लिए तैयारी कर रहा था, जिसको एजेंसीज की तत्परता की वजह से उनके काम के वजह से इस मॉड्यूल को मदद किया, जिस तरह से उन्होंने खत्म किया है एक के बाद एक गिरफ्तारियों के साथ, उसने कहीं न कहीं एक बहुत बड़े घटना को होने से रोक दिया है, बहुत बड़े साजिश को पूरी तरह से नाकाम कर दिया। लेकिन साथ एक और खुलासा हुआ कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान कि जो केमिकल इस्तेमाल किया गया धमाके में वो पहले की तरह नहीं है, नए केमिकल हुआ है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर धमाका बहुत तेज होता है, लेकिन उसका सर्वे की जरूरत पड़ती है, उसमें स्प्रिंकलर्स की जरूरत पड़ती है। क्या और क्या जानकारी मिल पाई है जो पोस्टमार्टम अब तक हुए हैं?
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. ಹೌದು ಮಧುಸೂದನ್, ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ದೆಹಲಿಯ ರೆಡ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಎದುರುಗಡೆನೆ I-20 ಕಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಫೋಟ ಸಂಭವಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ಸ್ಫೋಟದಿಂದಾಗಿ ದೆಹಲಿಯ ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಚ್ಚಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈದ್ಯರುಗಳೇ ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದಕರಾಗಿ ಉಗ್ರಗಾಮಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದುವಂತ ವೈದ್ಯರುಗಳು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ವೈದ್ಯರುಗಳೇ ಈಗ ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದಕರಾಗಿ ಉಗ್ರಗಾಮಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
बताए जा रहे हैं, सामग्रिಗಳನ್ನು की जा रही है, क्योंकि ये वही जो है जब लोग सामने नजर आए थे और उसी I-20 कार से इस लोकेशन पर जो तस्वीरों में आप देख रहे हैं उसी कार से यहाँ पर जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ था। तो ऐसे में अगर हम बात करें तो एक बड़ा स्लीपर सेल पूरा मौजूद है जो लगातार कहीं ना कहीं अब सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के निशाने पर है। इस पूरे मुद्दे को तोड़ने की कोशिश की जा रही है पुलिस और लगातार गिरफ्तारियों का दौर है वो भी जारी है। अगर हम बात करें, देखिए सबसे बड़े दो अपडेट ये है कि देखिए NIA की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है और अंदर वो अभी यहाँ पर मौके पर है और अंदर वो लोग जांच कर रहे हैं। दूसरा अगर ताजा और बड़े अपडेट की हम बात करें तो बड़ा अपडेट ये है ಗುರುದ್ವಾರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವೆ. ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಗಾಡಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಜಾಮ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಜನನಿಬಿಡ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಮರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಫೋಟವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ 10 ಮಂದಿಯ ಸಾವಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ 25ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಂದಿ ಗಾಯಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಉಮರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಕೋಯಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದವರು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜಮ್ಮು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದ ಶ್ರೀನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ. ಅದಾದ ಬಳಿಕ ಅನಂತನಾಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ರೂಢ
ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಿಹೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿತನದಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ವೈದ್ಯನಾಗಿ ರೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಿಂದ ನಾಪತ್ತೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೈರು ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅನಂತನಾಗ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈದ್ಯರುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 2023ರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆ ರೋಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಾವನ್ನಪ್ಪಿದ. ರೋಗಿಯ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರು ವೈದ್ಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮರ್ ನಬಿಯ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ದೂರನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಆಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ತನಿಖಾ ಸಮಿತಿ ಉಮರ್ ನಬಿಯ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ರೋಗಿ
इसकी तो टेंस होगी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। इसकी बैटरी अभी है, चल गया बिना बोले
बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है और इसमें बताया जा रहा है कि शामियान की दुकान
शॉर्ट टाइट रखना
एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा जैश मोहम्मद के संपर्क में आया था डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर्स वाले कहेंगे फिर शॉर्ट किए हमारे पास मिस हो गया।
यहाँ पर भी काफी भीड़ होती है और यहाँ पर लाल किले की जो एंट्री है अगर लोग पैदल पहुँचते हैं, लोग पहुँचते हैं, यहाँ से एंट्री है। दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे तो आपको चांदनी चौक का इलाका सामने दिखाई देगा गौरी शंकर मंदिर जाने के लिए। तो ये पूरा जो पासे है काफी भीड़ होती है। लोग अक्सर यहाँ पर देखिए पैदल भी क्रॉसिंग बहुत ज्यादा होती है।
और आप इस रेड लाइट देख रहे हैं, जिस रेड लाइट का ब्लास्ट हुआ ये जगह वो जगह है जिसकी लाल किले से इस रेड लाइट पर ही आपको एक टाइम में
फिर भी यार भाई नहीं करता है
तमाम पहलुओं को जो है कैद किया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं लाल किले के पास ही मौजूद है और जो है ना
पानी की क्या है मुझे पता ना ऐसे धूप पानी की वाइट बुक तो बढ़िया दिख रहा है मार्केट है
तो मंजूर ने हमें एक ताज़ा अपडेट दे दिया। इस वक्त श्रीनगर में एक और गिरफ्तारी हुई है, एक और डॉक्टर को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। तो कुल मिलाकर देखा जाए तो लगातार पिछले 24 घंटे में जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने ताबड़तोड़ एक्शन किया है। 100 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है। इसके अलावा करीब 70 जगहों पर छापेमारी की गई है। और अभी तो ताज़ा अपडेट हमें मंजूर ने दिया है कि एक और डॉक्टर को यहाँ पर गिरफ्तार किया गया है। मंजूर, एक बार फिर से खबर पर जरा डिटेल में हमें बताइए किस तरह से ऑपरेशन इस वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस चला रही है, जिसके ही वहां पर एक और गिरफ्तारी हुई है अभी डॉक्टर की।
नहीं अभी क्यों करेंगे तो रहेंगे अभी गिर गया गिर गया ये तो कल ही गिर गया था
দেখো আরো একটা নতুন যেটাকে মুজাফিল এবং চালু
जैसा कि हमें मंजूर ने बताया कि ताबड़तोड़ एक्शन इस वक्त घाटी में जारी है और साउथ कश्मीर में सबसे ज्यादा फोकस किया गया है, जहां से सबसे ज्यादा जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं सहारनपुर या फिर फरीदाबाद की ओर आए थे। और इसलिए मंजूर हमें लगातार ये जानकारी दे रहे हैं। लेकिन साथ ही आपको पता है एक और ताज़ा अपडेट आपको दे देते हैं। इस वक्त जो स्पॉट से हमें मिलते वो है एनआईए की टीम लास्ट वाली जगह पर पहुंची है और यहाँ पर इस वक्त जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है। कुमार सोनू मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। कुमार सोनू ज्यादा जानकारी देंगे। कुमार सोनू, जब से एनआईए के पास ये पूरा का पूरा केस ट्रांसफर हुआ है उसके बाद किस तरह से इस पर काम हो सकता है? तो कुमार सोनू, मैं आपको रोक रहा हूं क्योंकि एक बड़ी खबर आ गई है। एक बड़ी खबर हम जरा बता दें दर्शकों को। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने एक मौलवी को हिरासत में लिया है। हरियाणा के मौलवी को हिरासत में लिया गया है और मौलवी इश्तियाक को श्रीनगर लाया गया है और अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में ये मौलवी रह रहा था। तो हरियाणा के एक मौलवी को हिरासत में लिया गया है जिसका नाम है मौलवी इश्तियाक और उसे अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी।
बिल्कुल, और इस वक्त दिल्ली धमाके से जुड़ा लगातार जो अपडेट्स नए आ रहे हैं उससे जुड़ी एक बड़ी खबर मिल रही है कि फरीदाबाद की अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में अब पूछताछ लगातार की जा रही है। जो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल है उससे जुड़े हुए लोगों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। बताया जा रहा है कि यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्रों जो दूसरे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो बाकी के स्टाफ है, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ हो रही है और 52 ऐसे लोग हैं कुल मिलाकर जिनसे ये पूछताछ की गई है और डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल से जुड़े हुए सवाल पूछे गए हैं। अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रिंसिपल से भी पूछताछ की बात सामने आ रही है। तो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल जो अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का कनेक्शन उसका दफ्तर सामने आया और वहीं पर अभी पूछताछ का दायरा बढ़ाया जा रहा है। कुल 52 लोगों को अभी तक वहां पर पूछताछ के लिए बताया गया है। सवाल पूछे गए हैं डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल को लेकर, उससे आपसे क्या कुछ और इस पूछताछ में निकलकर सामने आएगा ये देखना होगा फिलहाल। लेकिन इसमें एक अहम किरदार डॉक्टर मुजम्मल और इसीलिए इसकी जानकारी निकलकर सामने आना बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है और इसीलिए अब कोई लोगों तक पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहा है, जांच एजेंसी को इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं, जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर कहाँ कहाँ जाता था, किससे इसकी मुलाकात हुई, कौन से कनेक्शन जो इसके अलग अलग जगहों पर पहले हो सकते हैं ताकि इसे डॉक्टर पॉसिबल हो, जिसके अभी कुछ किरदार निकलकर सामने आए हैं, कुछ और चेहरे निकलकर सामने आ सकते हैं। तो अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है, जिसके स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इसके अलावा पूछताछ की जा रही है और बाकी जो ऐसे लोग वो यूनिवर्सिटी के ऐसे लोगों से भी पूछताछ वहाँ पर
मनीष, आपके पास इस बारे में और क्या जानकारी है?
जिनसे उनका कनेक्शन हो सकता है, जो उससे जुड़ी हुई कोई ऐसी जानकारी दे सकते हैं जब उसके जरिए ये आगे बढ़ा जाए और ये जांच जो है वो शायद फिर उन तक भी पहुंचे। अब इस पर हमें और क्या अपडेट मिल रहा है, क्या कुछ ऐसा सबूत, कोई ऐसा कनेक्शन निकलकर सामने आया है? सुशील हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। सुशील, अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी और वहाँ पर
आवाज मिल रही है तो हमें जानकारी दें कि हरियाणा के एक मौलवी को जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस ने डिटेन किया है और इस मौलवी को अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी से डिटेन किया गया, जिसे जम्मू कश्मीर ले जाया गया, श्रीनगर में पूछताछ की।
थोड़ा सा साइड हो गई प्लीज। लाइव चल रहा है, ये लाइव बाहर जा रहा है, इंडिया से बाहर लाइव पे जा रहा है। हाँ, रोटर्स पे लाइव जा रहा है, तो ये आप ना वो अजीब लगता है थोड़ा ना, बस इतना आप रहिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। थैंक यू। हाँ, लाइव चल रहा है।
तो हमारे साथ मनीष जुड़ गए हैं। मनीष, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी खबर इस वक्त है जो फरीदाबाद से आ रही है कि अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी से एक मौलवी को जो हरियाणा के रहने वाले हैं डिटेन किया गया, जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस अपने साथ श्रीनगर लेकर गई है। क्या कनेक्शन निकल कर सामने आ रहा है पूरे डॉक्टर्स के नेतृत्व वाले डॉक्टर के मजदूर के साथ? मनीष और मंजूर हमारे साथ जुड़ा, मंजूर से इस बारे में बात करते हैं। मंजूर, आपके पास क्या जानकारी है कि अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी से जो मौलवी को डिटेन किया गया था श्रीनगर लाया गया है, क्या कनेक्शन निकला है?
क्यों सुशील, आपको यहाँ पर एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है दिल्ली धमाके से जुड़ी हुई, और इसी बीच एक और डॉक्टर जो बताया जा रहा है जिसे हिरासत में लिया गया है, सूत्र ये हम जानकारी दे रहे हैं और ये बताया जा रहा है कि कश्मीर के कुलगाम का ये रहने वाला है, डॉक्टर तजामुल जिसका नाम बताया जा रहा है, और इसकी तैनाती बताई जा रही है कि श्रीनगर के SCHS हॉस्पिटल में ये तैनात था। अब इस गिरफ्तारी से हिरासत के पीछे की वजह क्या है, क्या कनेक्शन निकलकर सामने आए? आसिफ हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हमारे रिपोर्टर, उनसे समझते हैं। आसिफ,
ಆತ್ಮಾವು ಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
जैसा कि मंजूर ने जानकारी दी है कि इस वक्त कश्मीर के अंदर घाटी के अंदर बड़ा ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, जिसके तहत एक के बाद एक कड़ियां जोड़ती हुई जा रही है। पूरा जो ये फरीदाबाद मौजूद है डॉक्टर्स का, इसके साथ फरीदाबाद से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर तक खड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन इस बीच जैसा हम आपको अपडेट भी दे रहे हैं कि लाइन की टीम पहुंची हुई है, फ्रांस वाली दी गई है, जहाँ पर आपके पास क्या जानकारी? सोनू, आप अपडेट दे रहे हैं कि जो मौलवी इश्तियाक है जिसे गिरफ्तार किया गया है उसका मॉड्यूल के साथ किस तरह से रिश्ता, इसके बारे में क्या जानकारी है? कुमार सोनू, एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। ये खबर हम जरा दर्शकों को बता देते हैं। मुजम्मिल जहां किराए पर रहता था उस जगह पर फरीदाबाद क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम पहुंची है। जहां पर डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल रहता था वहां पर इस वक्त फरीदाबाद क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम पहुंची है। अनामिका, इस बारे में आपके पास और क्या जानकारी है?
आसिफ, आपकी आवाज बीच बीच में ब्रेक हो रही है। अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं तो जरा एक इससे जुड़ा ये भी बताइएगा, मुझे सवाल मेरा है कि ये कनेक्शन आखिर कहाँ से होता है? अब देखिए, जैसे कश्मीर से फरीदाबाद, उसके बाद वापस से जहाँ जब वहाँ पहुँच रही है, इसमें कई डॉक्टर्स, क्योंकि इसे हम डॉक्टर मॉड्यूल इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि डॉक्टर के जो प्रकार निकल कर सामने आ रहे हैं उसमें अब एक नया डॉक्टर और उसका नाम जो आप बता रहे हैं कि डॉक्टर तसामुल, ये कनेक्शन ये जांच एजेंसी के बाद उस डॉक्टर तक कैसे पहुँचे?
मनीष के हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं मनीष भट्टाचार्य। मनीष, ये बताइए कि क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम पहुंची है इस वक्त डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल जहां किराए पर रहते थे वहां पर, तस्वीरें भी दिखाइएगा।
अरे यार नहीं, वहाँ पे यहाँ बोल रही हूँ, यहाँ नहीं है। अकेले किरण जाके करेगी भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा, आराम कर रहे थे। देखिए ऐसा होगा, स्कूल बच्चा छोड़ने आया हो।
आपको मैं रोक रही हूँ, आपकी बात आप पूरी कीजिएगा आगे, लेकिन एक बड़ी खबर, एक पोस्ट जो वायरल हो रहा है और जम्मू पुलिस का ये पोस्ट बताया जा रहा है जो वायरल हो रहा है, उसके बारे में जानकारी देती हूँ आपको। डॉक्टर उमर के पैनिक होने की थ्योरी को लेकर ये पोस्ट वायरल हुआ था और इसमें ये कहा जा रहा है कि 10 नवंबर की शाम जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने इसे पोस्ट किया था सोशल मीडिया पर, जिसमें कहा था कि तुम भाग सकते हो लेकिन छिप नहीं सकते। 10 नवंबर की शाम 6:10 पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने ये पोस्ट किया था जिसमें इस बात का जिक्र किया था कि तुम भाग तो रहे हो लेकिन तुम छिप नहीं पाओगे ज्यादा देर तक। और पोस्ट की थोड़ी ही देर बाद 10 नवंबर शाम 6:52 पर इसी जगह, ये जो मेरे पीछे आप जगह देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर वो धमाका हुआ था। नीरज वैश्विक हमारे साथ इस पर बातचीत करने के लिए जुड़ रहे हैं। नीरज, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है ये पोस्ट, क्योंकि किस तरीके से जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की तरफ से कहा गया कि तुम भाग तो रहे हो, छिप नहीं सकते, लेकिन उसके थोड़ी ही देर बाद इस जगह पर लाल किला के पास धमाका हो जाता है। नीरज से शायद हमारा संपर्क हो नहीं पा रहा है, फिर से जुड़ेंगे और इस पर और क्या जानकारी हमें मिल रही है हम इस पर आपको बताएंगे। लेकिन ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इस लिहाज से है कि आप सोचिए, इसकी टाइमिंग आप समझिए, इस तरीके से यहाँ पर पहले ये पोस्ट वायरल होता है और उसके थोड़ी देर बाद उसी शाम को ये धमाका होता है। नीरज हमारे साथ फिर से जुड़ गए। नीरज, आप तक आवाज पहुंच रही है तो इस पर अपडेट हमें दीजिएगा। पहले वो पोस्ट वायरल जो अब हो रही है, पहले वो पोस्ट वायरल और थोड़ी देर बाद ये धमाका।
बिल्कुल मनीष, एक और नया किरदार निकलकर सामने आया है फरीदाबाद मॉड्यूल से हाजिर इश्तियाक, जिसको इस वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने डिटेन किया और आगे पूछताछ की जा रही है। दूसरी तरफ मौलाना इरफान का भी नाम सामने आया है जो जैश से जुड़ा हुआ था और 7 घंटे उसने जैश के साथ करीब किया था। उसी के ही संपर्क में आने के बाद डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल इस तरह से आतंकी गतिविधि में शामिल हुआ था। आप देख रहे हैं श्रीनगर से लेकर फरीदाबाद तक, यहाँ तक दिल्ली, यानी कि 3 जगह से जहाँ पर ये पूरा टेरर मॉड्यूल घुसा हुआ था और किस तरह से देश एजेंसीज ने इस पूरे टेरर मॉड्यूल को खत्म किया, बड़ा खुलासा किया, बड़ी साजिश को नाकाम कर दिया। इसे लेकर और भी ताज़ा अपडेट हम लेकर लौटेंगे इस ब्रेक के बाद। मनोज हमारे साथ इस बड़ी खबर
जाहिर तौर पर वो थ्योरी जो कहीं न कहीं कही जा रही है, देखिए ये तो साफ कर दिया गया कि आत्मघाती हमला नहीं था और हड़बड़ाहट में लिया गया, ये कदम उठाया गया था। और इसी बीच अब ये पोस्ट जो वायरल हो रही है, इसका सीधा सीधा कनेक्शन कहीं न कहीं जुड़ता हुआ नीरज दिखाई दे रहा है। और वो जो कहा जा रहा है कि वो पैनिक था, वो हड़बड़ाहट थी, वो घबराहट थी, जिस वजह से उस गाड़ी को धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर लाया गया और उसके बाद यहाँ धमाका हो गया। इस पर अब सवाल और भी आगे उठेंगे। आप मेरे साथ रहिएगा, एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है क्योंकि जांच भी अब इसमें हो रही है, रिपोर्ट का इंतजार किया जा रहा है। देखिए फॉरेंसिक टीम ने यहाँ से जो 42 सैंपल इकट्ठा किए थे, आज से एफएसएल के जुटाए गए उन सैंपल्स की जांच की जाएगी और उसके बाद वो रिपोर्ट जब सामने आएगी तो फिर बहुत सारी चीजें भी खुलकर सामने आएंगी। आपको बता दें कि इन सैंपल्स में देखिए क्या क्या लिए गए। i20 कार के जो टायर है वो यहाँ पर उन सैंपल के तौर पर लिए गए थे। जो चेसिस और सीएनजी सिलेंडर भी लिया गया था, बोनट के कई हिस्से भी उसमें शामिल है और अब उनकी गहनता से जांच हो रही है। और जब वो बारीकी से जब जांच होगी तो उसके बाद कई ऐसे सवालों के जवाब भी हमें मिल सकते हैं। सुशील, मैं आपके पास आती हूँ, आप लगातार इस खबर पर हमें अपडेट कर रहे हैं। ये बताइए कि आज से जांच की शुरुआत होने जा रही है, क्या अपडेट मिल रहा है? इस रिपोर्ट के आने की हम कब तक उम्मीद करें? कुछ नई डिटेल इस पर?
जो फिलहाल जो के दिए गए हैं जो जानकारी क्या है वहाँ बॉडी पार्ट उसका जांच कराया जा रहा है। जो घर वाले उनका लिया गया है और वो तमाम को बॉडी पार्ट किया जाएगा और में आगे बढ़ रही है। ये बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होगा जब क्या निकल कर आएगी। उन्होंने भी सैंपल कलेक्ट किया है और ऐसे में ये देखना बेहद अहम होगा कि जब जांच करेंगे इस पूरे मामले में आधिकारिक रूप से ये बताएं कि जो इस्तेमाल किया गया ब्लास्ट बहुत दूर तक हुआ और न केवल ब्लास्ट हुआ बल्कि नुकसान बहुत ज्यादा हुआ। 12 लोगों की दर्दनाक मौत हुई। 3 से 4 गाड़ियां जो उस समय वहां पर मौजूद थी नीचे उड़ गए, वो बेकार हो गए। तो ऐसे में अब ये देखना अहम है वो मात्रा में था और अमोनियम नाइट्रेट था तो उसके साथ क्या और रासायनिक का इस्तेमाल किया गया था या दूसरा अमोनियम नाइट्रेट शामिल किए का लाभ किया जा सकता है।
हाँ जी मैं डाल दूँगा अपने हिसाब
और
से।
ये तमाम सवालों का जवाब तभी मिलेगा जब जांच रिपोर्ट सामने आएगी और उसके बाद चीजें पूरी तरीके से क्लियर हो जाएंगी। आप नजर लगातार बनाकर रखिएगा, हमें लगातार अपडेट अपने दर्शकों को कर रहे हैं। आगे बढ़े उससे पहले इस वक्त की हेडलाइंस पर एक नजर डालते हैं।
इस वक्त की एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है गुजरात पुलिस से जुड़ी हुई है। यहाँ गुजरात में पकड़े गए आतंकियों को लेकर बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है। यूपी को नया निशाना बनाना चाहते हैं। यूपी एटीएस टीम ने इस बारे में जानकारी और आगे साझा की है। गिरफ्तार सुहेल और आजाद ने लखनऊ की रेकी की थी और यूपी के कई नौजवानों के संपर्क में था। ये पूरा का पूरा
दिल्ली धमाके से जुड़े नए नए खुलासे हो रहे हैं, कई जानकारियां जुटाई जा रही हैं। यहाँ से 42 सैंपल लिए गए हैं जिनकी जांच रिपोर्ट का इंतजार हो रहा है, क्योंकि आज से
बड़ी खबर निकल कर आई है जो गुजरात में
इसी बीच एक्शन भी तेज है, जगह जगह छापेमारियां भी हो रही है। जो सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के हाथ है वो कई और नए नए किरदारों पर भी जा रहे हैं। लेकिन इसी बीच आपको ये भी मैं बता दूं कि एफएसएल की टीम को इस धमाके वाली जगह से 2 जिंदा कारतूस भी मिले हैं और इन कारतूसों की भी अब जांच की जा रही है। दूसरी तरफ 2 तरह के सैंपल बरामद हुए, एक अमोनियम नाइट्रेट होने की बात कही जा रही है, दूसरा क्या है उसकी फिलहाल लैब में जांच हो रही है। इस पर हमारे साथ और ज्यादा जानकारी के साथ मनोज वर्मा जुड़ गए हैं। मनोज, अब देखिए सभी को इंतजार इस बात का है कि आखिर ये धमाका किस तरीके से हुआ, कौन से वो विस्फोटक थे, तमाम तरह के सवाल हैं और जांच रिपोर्ट ही उन तमाम सवालों का जवाब है। क्या अपडेट आपके पास? देखिए मनोज, अब क्योंकि पूरे मामले में सरकार के एक्शन मोड में है, साफ तौर पर ये कह दिया गया है कि जल्द से जल्द इस मामले में कार्रवाई होगी और जो भी गुनहगार है उन तक पहुंचा जाएगा, उन्हें उनके अंजाम तक पहुंचाया जाएगा। अभी इस जांच रिपोर्ट को आने में कितना समय लग सकता है और बाकी जो अभी नया जो 2 जिंदा कारतूस की बात कही जा रही है, उन कारतूसों को लेकर क्या पूरी जानकारी दी जा रही है एजेंसीज की तरफ से? आपके सूत्र क्या बता रहे हैं कि आखिर वो यहाँ पर कैसे पहुंचे? क्या वो उस गाड़ी से ही बाहर गिरे थे या फिर उनको लेकर कोई और खुलासा होना है?
ऐसा लगा पुलिस वाले वहाँ से निकलेगा उसी को छोड़ collapses
जो यहाँ पर ग्राउंड
बिल्कुल, फिलहाल तो यही बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिर ये षड्यंत्र कैसे रचा गया, कौन कौन इसमें शामिल है। और मनोज, अब एक और सवाल है इससे जुड़ा ये भी, क्योंकि अब कई और दूसरे राज्यों तक की कड़ियां जुड़ रही हैं। महाराष्ट्र में एटीएस भी इसमें जांच कर रही है, जो एक इस पूरे षड्यंत्र का एक महत्वपूर्ण किरदार है, डॉक्टर शाहीन। अब उसके बताया जा रहा है कि पूर्व पति और उसके घर वालों तक भी महाराष्ट्र में एटीएस की टीम पहुंची है, वहां पर भी उनसे लगातार पूछताछ हो रही
के आगे वाले हमें
शाहीन, जिसके पूर्व पति और उसके घर वालों से भी पूछताछ की बात निकलकर सामने आई है। उस पर कोई अपडेट, कोई सूत्र आपको बता रहे हैं, नई जानकारी?
और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट को लेकर ताजा अपडेट हम आप तक लेकर आए हैं। इस वक्त पुलिस 10 छात्रों से पूछताछ कर रही है। 10 छात्र जो है जम्मू कश्मीर के रहने वाले हैं और साउथ कश्मीर के स्टूडेंट्स हैं और जिनसे इस वक्त पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है। अनफिलहाल यूनिवर्सिटी से जुड़ा हुआ ये पूरा मामला है। अनामिका मिश्रा जुड़ गई है। अनामिका, आपके पास और क्या जानकारी इस बारे में?
तमाम जगह जो है यहाँ पर जो स्वच्छता का घेरा है वो बढ़ाया गया है। हाई लेवल पर उन सभी जगह को रखा गया है।
ठीक है, रोक रही हूँ मनोज, मनोज एक मिनट रोक रही हूँ। आपको एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है और छापेमारी से जुड़ी बड़ी खबर है। अब कई अलग अलग जगहों पर छापेमारी हो रही है और जम्मू कश्मीर के 2 इलाकों में इस वक्त छापेमारी की जा रही है। शोपिया और कुलगाम इलाके में इस वक्त ये छापेमारी चल रही है और बड़ी बात यह कि जमाते इस्लामी से जुड़े हुए ठिकानों पर ये छापेमारी हो रही है। नादिगाम में डॉक्टर हमीद फैयाज के घर पर भी इस वक्त वहां छापेमारी हुई है और ये एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। चित्रगाम इलाके में मोहम्मद यूसुफ फलाही के घर पर भी छापा मारा गया है। बड़ा अपडेट ये है कि 200 से ज्यादा जगहों पर ये छापेमारी हुई है। तो कुलगाम, शोपिया और 200 से ज्यादा ऐसे अलग अलग हिस्से हैं, कई ऐसे ठिकाने जमाते इस्लामी के जहां पर इस वक्त छापेमारी की जा रही है। टीम अलग अलग जगहों पर जाकर अब उनसे पूछताछ भी कर रही है लगातार और कई अहम सबूतों को इकट्ठा करने की दरअसल ये कोशिश है। कोई ना कोई यहाँ जानकारी जरूर ऐसी जिसके बाद ये बड़े लेवल पर इतनी बड़ी छापेमारी की जा रही है। ये बड़ा अपडेट है इस खबर से जुड़ा हुआ। दिल्ली धमाके को लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर में अलग अलग जगहों पर 200 से ज्यादा ऐसे ठिकाने हैं जो खंगाले जा रहे हैं, जो तफ्तीश की जा रही है, उनसे जुड़े लोगों से पूछताछ की जा रही है और जमाते इस्लामी से जुड़े हुए ये लोग हैं जिनकी ठिकाने अलग अलग जगहों पर। और इसी पर जो अपडेट मिल रहा है कि नादिगाम में डॉक्टर हमीद फैयाज के घर पर भी ये टीम पहुंची है छापा मारने के लिए। वहां से भी कुछ न कुछ जरूर निकलकर सामने आएगा क्योंकि कोई ना कोई ऐसा कुछ जरूर एजेंसी को मिला होगा जिसके बाद ये छापेमारी की जा रही है जमात इस्लामी के अलग अलग ठिकानों पर। 200 से ज्यादा ऐसे जगह हैं, इस पर आपको हम लगातार जानकारी देंगे। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि वहां से भी क्या निकलकर सामने आए हैं क्योंकि 1 या 2 या 3 जगह नहीं बल्कि कि अलग अलग 200 से ज्यादा ऐसे ठिकाने बताए जा रहे हैं और वो भी जमाते इस्लामी संगठन से जुड़े हुए ठिकाने जहां पर ये छापेमारी की जा रही है। दिल्ली धमाके के बाद सुरक्षा एजेंसियां देखिए अलर्ट पर है। देश भर में ऐसी कई जगह है जहां पर इस तरह का एक्शन सरकारी होता ही नहीं बनता। इससे जुड़े हुए जो भी लोग हैं जहां भी छुपे हुए हैं उन्हें पकड़ कर निकालेंगे और उन्हें उनके अंजाम तक पहुंचाया जाएगा क्योंकि इन धमाकों में जिस तरीके से 12 बेगुनाहों की जान गई है उसके बाद अब कैसे उन दहशतगर्दों को उस पूरे नेक्सस को तोड़ने का काम यहाँ पर किया जाएगा ये देखना तो काफी इंतजार किया जा रहा है। और इसी बीच अलग अलग जगहों पर जो एक्शन लिया जा रहा है उसी से जुड़ा हुआ है जमात इस्लामी संगठन, जमात इस्लामी जिसके ये अलग अलग ठिकाने हैं और इन ठिकानों में आखिर क्या निकलकर सामने आता है ये हमें देखना होगा। अभी क्या अपडेट है इस पर? आसिफ कुरैशी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए। आसिफ बताइए जरा, 200 अलग अलग जगहों पर जो ये छापेमारी हो रही है इसके पीछे की वजह और क्या कुछ निकलकर अभी सामने आ रहा है? धमाके के बाद अब जम्मू कश्मीर में जिस तरीके से हलचल बढ़ रही है उस पर नजर सभी की है और इसीलिए आसिफ आप एक और सवाल मेरा, वो जो डॉक्टर हमीद फयाज का नाम सामने आ रहा है वहां पर भी जांच एजेंसी पहुंची है, उसके घर पर भी इस वक्त छापेमारी की जा रही है, ये जानकारी इससे लेकर और क्या अपडेट है वहां से? जाहिर बिल्कुल, और इसीलिए वो छापेमारी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है कि ये कड़ियां जब जुड़ेंगी तो फिर वो असल मास्टरमाइंड इस नेक्सस को आकर कहां से ऑपरेट किया जा रहा है, कौन कौन इसके पीछे है, इन सवालों का जवाब भी मिलेगा। नजर आप रखिएगा सिर्फ इस वक्त, फिलहाल आपका शुक्रिया। तो इस बड़ी खबर पर लगातार हमारी नजर रखना है। छोटा सा ब्रेक खबर।
अब एक्शन महाराष्ट्र में भी देखने को मिला है। महाराष्ट्र में थाने के बुमरा में महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने 2 लोगों से पूछताछ की है और दोनों के घर से कुछ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स बरामद किए हैं जिन्हें फोरेंसिक जांच के लिए दिया गया है। तो एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है इस वक्त महाराष्ट्र के थाने में, जहां बुमरा में 2 लोगों से पूछताछ की गई है, संदिग्ध लोगों से पूछताछ की महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने। घर से कुछ गैजेट्स निकाले गए हैं जिन्हें फोरेंसिक जांच के लिए आगे भेज दिया गया है। रुकेंगे ब्रेक के, लेकिन ब्रेक के बाद दिल्ली ब्लास्ट को लेकर लगातार जो खुलासे हो रहे हैं, अब बहुत सारे हम लेकर लौटेंगे। तो दूसरी भी एक
बोला 7 का भाई 7 मंगा ले लो बैठो बैठ जाओ, बैठो ना, कवर रख लो, इसको बैठ जाओ, रख लो, ट्रांसपोर्ट कवर रखो, बैठने के लिए शाबाश। यही बिछा दो एक दिन पर, बिछा के बैठ जाओ। और जी भाई जी क्या हाल चाल? दोनों पे बैठो एक उनको पहचान आपके साथ नहीं मंगा नहीं क्या को यहाँ खड़ा कर रहा था वर्मा जी करा देना, मैं नहीं करूँगा।
बतिया लो ऐसी फोटो तेरे को फोन पे आवाज दिया सुशील की ऐसी आवाज आ Thanks for being a good friend always. Come on, bhai. When are you giving me a party? You got the job at ASP New Delhi. When you move to Delhi? We need a reason for party.
3 साल पहले
चलो बाय बाय हाँ गिर गई वहाँ से पब्लिक देख पाएगी अभी टाइट है ना जो भी हो जाएगी
और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट को लेकर ताजा अपडेट आया है, बड़ा अपडेट है और बताया जा रहा है कि डॉक्टर ब्लास्ट वाले गिरा उसको लगा रहे हैं, ये भी लेगा क्या 30 से लेकर 40 मिनट तक और कैमरे में दिखा है और 30 से 40 मिनट। इसके अलावा एक और बड़ा खुलासा ये हुआ है कि उसने 31 अक्टूबर को अपना फोन स्विच ऑफ कर दिया था। मतलब साफ है कि क्या पहले से प्लानिंग थी कि वो बिना फोन के ही ताकि उनके बारे में कोई भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस ना रहे, या फिर डॉक्टर उमर ने तय किया था कि कोई नया फोन का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, नया इसमें सिम कार्ड डाला जाएगा। हमारे साथ कुमार सोनू जुड़ गए। कुमार सोनू, ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है कि इस तरह से 30 से 40 मिनट तक अरुणा आसिफ वाली रोड और दूसरी बड़ी बात, उसने 31 अक्टूबर को ही अपना फोन स्विच ऑफ कर दिया। बाहर जाएगा तो कल ट्रांसफर करूँगा, जीता और अभी ले
क्या हो सकता है कि सिम कार्ड इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा हो, क्योंकि जैसा आपने बताया था कि जब डेटा लिया गया पुलिस की ओर से जिस दिन धमाका हुआ था, यानी कि रविवार को शाम को 6:55 पर, उस दौरान तमाम जो आसपास मोबाइल फोन एक्टिव थे, सिम कार्ड एक्टिव थे, क्या उसके जरिए पता लगाने की कोशिश की जाएगी? फिर ये कम्युनिकेशन कैसे कर रहे थे अपने हैंडलर के साथ? बाई रोड गया था, गोवा से जाके बाई रोड गया था, जैसा आप बता रहे हैं कि मल्टीपल सिम का इस्तेमाल करते थे और 31 अक्टूबर को ही डॉक्टर ओमन ने अपना फोन स्विच ऑफ कर लिया था और उसका आखिरी अगर आप रुकेंगे अब इस वक्त फिर आगे ताज़ा अपडेट देंगे आपको स्टिल रात होगी थी, पेपर उड़ भी
Ms. Salinas, Mr. Vindman, Mr. Oshevsky, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Berrigan, and Mr. Raskin. If we can squeeze you in, we'll bring another chair. We'll do as we did on the other panel and just go in the way I called out the names before. Ms. Salinas.
Being used for and the District of Columbia. We have seen across the United States provocation in use of ICE enforcement in cities like Portland, Oregon, where you see inflatable dolls, frogs, unicorns dancing in the streets, and aggressive action from the Trump administration, who believes that we need further escalation from the National Guard. And we've seen this in cities across the United States, in Chicago, in Los Angeles. And instead, I know our National Guard is needed for things like wildfires, natural disasters across the United States. That's what they're trained to do, to protect civil society, not to enforce immigration. And so this, again, is a straightforward amendment to basically prohibit the use of federal enforcement of immigration purposes. I also am in support of Mr. Horsford's amendment that should be at the desk to basically direct $40 billion from Argentina to be used for healthcare purposes. This is a big issue in my district. I serve on the House Agriculture Committee, and I talk to my growers in my district all the time. And while they're very upset over the use of the $40 billion from the Trump administration to prop up soybean and cattle, it's something that they're very upset about. We should have had a farm bill in 2023. They're upset over that. And they've asked me, what could we be doing? What else is going to be happening in this current Congress? And I said, well, you should also be thinking about healthcare. We have about 4 different rural hospitals in this.
Millions of Americans. The corruption that we're seeing in the White House and now in the Senate is outrageous, and the American people are paying attention. So today's Veterans Day, and as I look around, I think I'm the only veteran member in the room, so I'm going to take a little bit of privilege here. I was at my VFW, and I was having that we're seized with. That's what the shutdown was about. But, you know, something really outrageous, in my opinion. It's my first time appearing before this committee, but I really couldn't sit on the sidelines. Spent 25 years in the Army, half of it as a lawyer, as a prosecutor. I was an ethics lawyer during the Trump White House, which I will tell you was not easy. And look, we have an opportunity to actually do what's right. I heard some of my colleagues, Mr. Scott, made a pretty sort of impassioned statement about having a problem with the payola scheme. The Senate had an opportunity to make a decision. We are an independent, separate, co-equal part of Congress. We have an obligation to do what's right. My colleague in the previous panel was right. People hate Congress. They have a low opinion of Congress. I mean, this reflects poorly on all of us. So how about we actually do the right thing? Let's not worry about what the Senate's going to do. The Senate can get back and vote on this thing this week in the next 48 hours if they wanted to. Let's take this terrible provision, this payola, this quid pro quo that the Senate put in to enrich itself out of this bill. It's simple as that. And I'm just going to read an extract from the New York Times article that came out about this. It says, it was published yesterday. A spending package expected to be approved as part of a deal to reopen the government would create a wide legal avenue for senators to sue for as much as $500,000 each per offense when federal investigators search their phone records without notifying them. These are extracts. The provision tucked into a measure to fund the legislative branch appears to immediately allow for 8 GOP senators to sue the government over their phone records being seized in the course of an investigation by Jack Smith, the former special counsel, into the riot. I'll call it an insurrection on January 6th because that's what it was. Each violation would be worth at least $500,000 in any legal claim. I think I'm getting the signal here, so I'm going to wrap up. So,
Can we just give a little leeway to a veteran on Veterans Day?
I'm almost done. So each violation is $500,000 according to the bill language.
In this committee and in this House, we can pay our workers, feed hungry families, provide reliable public services while also protecting working families from exploding healthcare premiums and copays and what amounts to a massive tax increase. We can do that by reopening the government and preserving those ACA credits that we've heard so much about. We've already heard Republicans in Congress recently passed $1 trillion in tax cuts that disproportionately affects the ultra-wealthy. President or another endorse some extension of the ACAs. But I'm here before you, Madam Chair, because I'm also deeply concerned in what Ranking Member DeLauro brought forward, that this so-called deal does absolutely nothing about cuts that are unilaterally being enacted by the executive branch. President Trump and this Congress have already slashed more than $9 billion from the last bipartisan budget that was passed. He's halted energy-creating jobs and jobs potential by explicitly targeting Democratic-led states and Democratic-led districts in Maryland and across the country. He's explicitly threatened funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, a project that is so important. It is probably the largest infrastructure project in the mid-Atlantic. So important. So any path forward should include one simple guarantee. The commitments we make to the American people and the commitments we make to each other should not be allowed to unilaterally be undone by the administration tomorrow. If we shake hands, that deal should stick. Without that protection, no deal is worth the paper it's written on. But I'm not just asking you to believe in me, Madam Chair. I'm asking you to agree with our Republican colleagues. Congressman Womack questioned why any Democrat would support a deal if, and I quote, "you know that whatever you negotiate is going to be subject to the knife pulled out by Rust vote." Senator Murkowski told reporters that Democrats should be asking themselves, why am I going to be helpful if Mr. Vogt and OMB are just going to do a backdoor move and rescind what we've been working on? We are an important institution. We are a co-equal branch. We should be vigorously guarding our power of the purse, not giving it away. I offer two. They're about checks and balances. They are about restoring Congress's control over matters of spending, just as our founders intended. And I know they're not here, but they are listening, because you told me so, Madam Chair. For members who have predetermined that they will not vote for any amendments, I just have to ask them, and if they were here, I would ask them, and I mean this sincerely, Madam Chair. How egregious do the provisions have to be to change their mind? Is there a point? Is there a breaking point in terms of the self-enrichment item that I didn't even come here to talk about? But what is the point at which we say we can fix these things right here, right now, and force the Senate to do what's right? Do the things that stop having Americans have no trust in these institutions. This is why Americans hate Congress. This is why people are so frustrated with our politics today. So, and it's why I'm here asking you to support these amendments in the spirit with which they are presented, in bipartisanship and with respect for the Constitution. I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Olszewski. Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the 15 minutes remaining, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Veterans Day. I represent a very humble set of communities in New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, and like others on this panel, I had the opportunity to celebrate and to honor our veterans in New Mexico today. And so I do have to say, Madam Chairwoman, I was looking forward to coming back here and having the opportunity to debate this bill. But over the last 5 hours since I've landed in Washington and listened to this debate, I just feel sad. I just feel sad. They literally didn't know how they were going to feed their children this weekend. And so I find it heartbreaking, to be honest, to come here and sit in this committee. And literally, Madam Chair, I do appreciate that you are here doing your duty, but all other 8 members of the Republican Party who sit on this panel are not even in this room. And for the last 54 days, the House hasn't even been in session. It hasn't held votes, it hasn't heard bills, it hasn't sworn in the duly elected Congresswoman from Arizona. I heard a lot of expertise today about health insurance and how the Affordable Care Act is broken, but not a single one of the other 8 people on this panel, and I know you were here, Madam Chairwoman, because I have been back and forth across this country 13 times since the shutdown happened, and last time I was here, you gavelled me down on the House floor when I tried to introduce my bill, which is the exact amendment which I'm introducing tonight to save staff.
She did that to me too, so don't feel too bad.
So I know, Madam Chair. Madam, yes, so you get a pass. But I do have to say that, you know, for your other 200 plus colleagues, the real question that I wanted to come here and ask tonight is, where have you been? What have you been doing for the last 8 weeks? Is the literally hundreds of thousands of people in my district didn't know how they were going to pay their rent, pay their mortgages, buy gas, put food on the table, and feed their children? Where were you? Where were you? And you're not even in this room tonight to even answer that question. I literally find it disgusting. I mean, it is a privilege to serve in Congress. It is a privilege. I grew up in a low-income family. I grew up in a humble family like the people that I represent, and I don't take for granted. House was shut down, and people in this country were left without food on the table. While the president was playing golf, he was demolishing the East Wing, he was throwing parties at Mar-a-Lago, and giving American taxpayers to a dictator in Argentina to bail him out before his election. Where were you? But you're not even here to answer that question tonight. So I don't know what else to say except for that I will explain my amendment, which is to protect SNAP. Because while the president chose to not disperse food benefits to 42 million Americans, and I heard one of the gentlemen on the panel earlier say that he did everything he could. That is just a blatant lie, because he appealed a court who directed him to put that money into EBT accounts for 42 million Americans, and even asked the Supreme Court to intervene after a court ordered him to, because that is a lie. That is a lie. So the amendment that I am introducing today would protect SNAP benefits. It would make sure that no president, whether it's Donald Trump or any other president, could ever withhold SNAP benefits again during a shutdown. It would make sure continuity in the program, and it would reimburse states like New Mexico, who took the unprecedented action of spending tens of millions of dollars to make sure that our children would not starve, because we showed up for our people. Unlike, I'm sorry to say, Madam Chairwoman, your colleagues who are not here tonight. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Horsford, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, you know, there have been really constituents that we're honored to serve. And so I think about that as we're here in this moment, a moment when federal employees are going without pay, when 500,000 Nevadans wonder whether their nutrition assistance benefits will arrive or not, like Charles Gowdy, the Vietnam-era veteran, Navy veteran that I met with this morning before I got on the plane to come here to do my job, or the 104,000 people in my state who are about to get kicked off of their health insurance because of this big, beautiful bill that cuts their health care, and Republicans' refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, even though some of their own members know that it's necessary. At a moment like this, the Trump administration decided to give a $40 billion bailout to Argentina right out of the blue. Now, my constituents are wondering, where the hell did this money come from to begin with? Where's the transparency? No congressional consultation, no explanation to the taxpayers who have to fund it. The clear winners are the hedge fund billionaires who bet on Argentina's economy. It directly benefits them, and it sells out America. The American people get nothing out of it, even though Trump himself said we were going to put America first. Just a few weeks ago, this administration said that there wasn't enough money for health care, that 24 million Americans now stand to lose access to health insurance as a result. And somehow Republicans found plenty of money to ensure that their billionaire speculators make out. And once again, Republicans have made clear who they work for, and it's not the working people of America. The
House member has said even her family member has been hit. It's clear that people in my district cannot afford these increases. The tax credits ensure that people can see a doctor when their child has a fever. They allow Americans to fill prescriptions. They provide the stability families need when medical emergencies arise. Without the tax credits, some will delay treatment. Many more people will choose to go without coverage, and we know what that means. People will get sicker, and people will die. We are in the middle of open enrollment, when Americans need to make budget decisions about what their health care coverage will look like next year. Families need relief now. They cannot wait. The crisis is entirely of Republicans' making. President Trump and Republicans can find billions of dollars to bail out Argentina. They can pay for tax breaks for billionaires. They can even find money to build a fancy new ballroom. They can even give money away in this bill to 8 Republican senators. But they can't be bothered to spend $1 to help Americans keep their health care costs down. They're willing to let Americans shoulder the burden of higher premiums and less access to care. We cannot and we must not allow that. House Democrats have fought for weeks to protect Americans' right to affordable health care. We've been clear. Reopening the government must include a bipartisan agreement to extend these tax credits. We will not give up. Our constituents depend on it. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Last time I checked, you were in charge. You own this vote that will increase the health care costs of tens of millions of hardworking Americans. To support this bill as written would be to abandon people who voted us here, and to support the corrupt slush fund in the bill to pay 8 Republican senators. I want to know if there is a backdoor agreement for a kickback to people who support this. I urge my colleagues to reject this legislation and insist on any agreement that gives the American people what they deserve, affordable health care. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin, you and Mr. Olszewski are anchoring the table from Maryland. So you're next, and then Ms. Hayes, I'll recognize you after that. Mr. Raskin.
The Free State will stand in the breach, Madam Chair. Thank you for your indulgence, and Mr. McGovern, thank you as well. Like Ms. Leisure Fernandez, whom I woke up this morning, I think at 7:30 when I learned of this provision. I've got an amendment to delete Section 213. This $1 million jackpot provision is one of the most blatantly corrupt provisions for political self-dealing and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress. And we're watching it happen in real time. You know, it was said that the Roman Senate was so corrupt, so drenched in bribery and private self-enrichment, that the senators were actually as corrupt as Julius Caesar and as Caligula, the tyrannical maniac. I don't know if the Republicans in the Senate today are as corrupt as Donald Trump, but they're on the path. And they're right behind him. If this were to pass, this astounding provision would give 8 Republican senators a personal payday of at least $1 million each, paid for directly by the U.S. taxpayers at a time when we're throwing millions of people off of their health care. I want to associate myself with the eloquent remarks of Mr. Vindman, but I want to make one dissenting remark. Section 213 is actually about $1 million, not $500,000. And I'll tell you why. It's retroactive to 2022, which is extraordinary. It's an ex post facto civil law. It allows, quote, any United States senator, not any U.S. citizen, mind you, not even any lowly member of Congress, mind you, but any senator to receive $500,000 from the taxpayers if the Department of Justice subpoenas their phone bill without giving them notice. That's $500,000, and then an extra $500,000 if the Department of Justice seeks a lawful non-disclosure order from a federal judge. That's a cool $1 million they're handing to each of these senators. Case closed. It's over. They want this pirate's treasure simply for having their call records turned over by the phone company in response to a lawful grand jury subpoena. That happens tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times a year. So Are our MAGA colleagues dealing themselves $1 million payout, suddenly civil libertarians saying they want to change the law so grand jury subpoenas can't go out for any Americans unless they're notified first? No. It's not for all Americans. It's not even for the second-class citizens over in the House of Representatives, those present and those absent in the other room. It's not for any of us. It's for 100 Americans. They get special privileges under this criminal justice right. It's a right for those 100 people to say, if a grand jury subpoenas us in a lawful investigation, and if a judge orders non-disclosure, they get $1 million. Wow, that's incredible. Now, why are they doing it? Well, this multi-million-dollar self-care package is designed to soothe the feelings and feather the nests of senators who Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and the other 77 people they pardoned yesterday, or maybe it was the day before yesterday, worked to enlist in their criminal efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, which I don't need to tell you, Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, as determined not just by the House and the Senate, but also by 60 federal and state courts that rejected every fraudulent claim of electoral corruption and fraud. Well, following this evidence, including many calls made by Giuliani and the president to U.S. senators who were on the floor on January 6th, they said, well, the grand jury looked and saw the evidence. The president was in touch with all these senators. They wanted the pen register for them. It's not a phone tap, which is what they're lying about over there. No contents of the call were revealed, but it was a record of the calls. It's like your phone bill. And the grand juries do this all the time. But now they're saying that really hurt their feelings. They don't think U.S. senators uniquely should be subject to such treatment. They want $1 million payout because of that now. It's extraordinary. Now, I doubt it even is consistent with equal protection. I think it violates equal protection. It does not pass the lowest level of equal protection scrutiny, which is rational basis. On what rational basis could we say that the grand jury and a federal judge could send out precisely these orders for the pen register to all Americans, members of the House, members of state legislatures, governors, mayors, but not the U.S. Senate? Come on. I mean, is this the Hunger Games? Is this the Roman Senate? I can't believe it. We are the people's house, Madam Chair. I know you agree with me about that. We're the people's house. So they want to treat us like the House of Commons, and they're the House of Lords. And they're going to deal themselves all kinds of special entitlements and privileges. Well, let's be the Rules Committee. I once served on this great committee. Be the Rules Committee, not the Fools Committee. Don't roll over and play dead when the Senate decides that they want to deal themselves with this stuff. That provision is an insult to the House, it's an insult to the taxpayers, and it's an insult to the U.S. Constitution and the people of the United States. This must be deleted. Regardless of how you feel about everything else, this provision must be deleted. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody here. I had 2 delayed flights and a train to get here because I wanted to make sure I was on this committee to say the exact same thing the last time I came before this committee, to fight for support for SNAP for the 42 million people who rely on this benefit. One of the good things about riding the train was that I had the opportunity to listen in on this committee, Madam Chair, and I heard you reference many times the working families tax. I don't know what it was, but that's just it. I don't know what that is. I never voted on that. What was presented before the House was the one big beautiful bill that cut $187 billion from SNAP. What was voted on in the House was a farm bill that went after SNAP. What was voted on and presented in the House was the debt ceiling that went after SNAP. This is a program that has been under attack at every turn and now is no different. But I'm going to give the president the benefit of the doubt, because what he said over the last couple weeks was that he really wanted to feed hungry children. He just didn't have the legal authority to do so. Went back and forth to the court and said, no, I want to do this. I just don't have the authority to do it. The court said, absolutely you do. appealed it again. I want to do this. So what I'm asking today is I have introduced an amendment, amendment number 24, that clarifies that the contingency fund that is set up, that the emergency SNAP benefits that are set aside are in fact intended to cover an emergency such as a lapse in government funding. So that if this ever happens again, the president doesn't have to go to the Supreme Court. The Secretary of Agriculture doesn't have to ask for clarification on what the procedures are. This bill, just like the last appropriations package, set aside $6 billion in emergency contingency funding to cover benefits. The fact that we had to fight all the way to the Supreme Court for those benefits to be released is egregious. You can call it what you want, but it was using hungry people as a bargaining tool. This is Stalin-era tactics. And I don't think that that is what the president intended. I don't think that's what Republicans intended. So I believe that in this moment, we can correct that to make sure it never happens again, to make sure that it is clear that the Congress, let her listen to me while I'm talking. You can talk to her when I'm done. Make it clear that the Congress has set aside this money so that if we are ever in this situation again, hungry families, hungry children, hungry veterans who already are at risk of losing eligibility for this program once the provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act go into kick in. We have millions of families that are already at risk of losing benefits. But those children who are not Republican or Democrat, who didn't vote for any of us, who are 39% of the participants who are at risk of not receiving benefits so that they don't suffer. My amendment says that the contingency fund that is set aside be used in an emergency, that we clarify that a lapse in government funding does count as an emergency and that those funds are released immediately so families don't have to wait for the president to appeal to the Supreme Court over and over and then threaten states with punitive damages if they don't undo releasing the benefits that they've already released. I ask that this committee make that amendment in order. I mean, of all the egregious things that are a part of this, the fact that hunger was used as a political cudgel in this moment is unconscionable. We can talk about healthcare, we can talk about so many other things. But the fact that starving children was used in order to, and I guess I hope what the American public took away from that is the people who were affected by that, the people who care deeply about that, are the Democrats, because the Republicans didn't give a damn about it. I yield back.
Thank you. I have no questions. Mr. McGovern?
Yeah, well, I want to thank this entire panel for being here. Look, I was raised to believe that government should be a force of good to help people, not to hurt people. And I think of late government has become everything that I believe it shouldn't be. And so many of my constituents have been hurt. They're being negatively impacted by the ACA premium, the ACA tax benefit not being extended. They've been hurt by the SNAP, withholding of SNAP. I mean, and here's the deal. And I appreciate Ms. Hayes being very diplomatic, saying that she didn't think the president intended it to be this way, but I just, you know what? I think he did, and that's what really bothers me. I mean, because he had the authority before the federal courts intervened, and not one ruling, but two rulings, and then he decided he would appeal. And I was trying to think, like, who would do that? I mean, all the ICE agents got paid, right? Right, yeah. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, all the ICE agents get paid, and no questions asked. But he's withholding SNAP benefits. I mean, look. We just heard about the corruption going on in the Senate where where senators can get up to $1 million if they say that a court looked at their phone records, who they called. I mean, that's it. And yet we can't extend the ACA tax credits so that 24 million people can afford their health insurance, so that they don't have to live through a nightmare of not having insurance and they have kids, you know, or is somebody who's sick and, you know, is afraid to go to the hospital because they had to give up their insurance because they couldn't afford it, and so they're putting off getting seen by a doctor, and all of a sudden something gets much, much worse. I mean, like, what's going on in this country? I mean, $40 billion to this right-wing cuckoo clock in Argentina, but the administration can't find it within their heart to make sure that 40 million Americans get the SNAP benefits that they're entitled to. I mean, I think, you know, I say this all the time. You know, the more I hear Republicans, the more I hear the speaker talk about this issue, the more I come to the conclusion that we just don't share the same values. I mean, I believe that food ought to be viewed as a fundamental human right. I think you do too. I think healthcare ought to be viewed as a fundamental human right, and I think you do too. And for whatever reason, you know, we're having these arguments over whether just regular people, struggling people, you know, can get benefits, quite frankly, that they should be entitled to. We argue over that stuff, but nobody argues over, you know, $1 million, a special, you know, giveaway to certain, you know, U.S. senators, or tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, or big corporations get all these little sweetheart deals, or $40 billion to bail out Argentina. I mean, like this is like a Twilight Zone episode. This is crazy. This is nuts. And I think people have had it. And I said earlier today, I don't really think this is about Democrat versus Republican or left versus right. It's just about people just don't want to be ignored. They see, you know, the president tweeting about the golden marble in the Lincoln bathroom and this new Marie Antoinette, you know, ballroom, you know, that he's building, while they're worried about, are they going to get food for the week? You know, will they be able to afford health care? Will they have to go without health care? You know, their rents are going up. Groceries are going up. He was on 60 Minutes saying they're not. When's the last time he was in a grocery store? And, you know, I don't know how many of you saw this, but the USDA actually sent out a notice to grocery stores, basically telling them that they cannot offer food at a discounted rate for people on EBT. I mean, like how the hell did you want?
I did. I just want to say that for many of the American people, they think that this is something that just started on November 1st. These attacks against SNAP have been going on for years. And when people realize the work requirements, right, the exemptions have been changed, when people realize that the age of a minor child went from 18 to 14, when people realize the administrative costs and burdens that are shifted to the state and all of the cuts that are going to be triggered by the one big beautiful bill, $178 billion in cuts to SNAP. So this isn't new. So for everyone who's thinking, I mean, even today, after my state released the benefits, you still have, not like other things where you can pay retroactively. You can't feed somebody from last week that was hungry. We still have lines outside of churches, outside of food pantries. The fact that last week we saw uniformed service members in line at food banks before they reported for duty on the base should be egregious to everybody. At the same time, it'd be one thing if that was happening in isolation, but it's happening against the backdrop of permanent tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals, a ballroom being built, a Great Gatsby party, $40 billion in subsidies to a foreign country. All of these things are happening at the exact time where the president, literally today, I'll find the money to give bonuses to TSA agents who I feel like were loyal. Where are you going to get the money? I don't know. I'll find it. But when it came to feeding hungry children, you didn't even have to look for the money. The money was right there. It was right there, and the president decided that he would not use it.
And I will say, I want to push back on right-wing, social media for posting a lot of really, a lot of lies about SNAP and about who's on SNAP. I mean, there was something circulating that 59% of the people on SNAP are not Americans. I mean, it's just crazy. But it got all these followers, or people just need to work. Well, the majority of able-bodied adults on SNAP who are able to work actually do work. Some work 2 jobs, and they still don't earn enough, and they qualify for SNAP. Children, senior citizens, veterans are on SNAP, and the idea that rather than making sure that people in need get the food benefit that they're entitled to. They get demonized, and all this false information gets put out there. But again, food and healthcare should be things that we all should come together on. And it really bothers me that we can't, which makes me conclude that we don't share the same values. And I don't know, how things get turned around. Maybe they don't get turned around until the next election. But I don't think people can wait. People are going to lose their health care like now. And so I support your amendments, and I look forward to working with you. But I appreciate you being here at this late hour. It means a lot. Thank you.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to thank this panel. I mean, it is late. You are the last panel, but it feels like we saved the best for last. No offense to everyone who came before. But, I mean, you have spoken with such passion and such heart and really laid out what the problem is with this bill. I mean, we always say our budgets reflect our values, and I think as the ranking member has just illustrated, we are talking about very different values here. Mr. Horsford, when you talk about the fact that the decision was made to send 2 years worth of Affordable Care Act tax credit money to prop up hedge funds in Argentina, rather than extending the tax credits, once again, we have this administration putting its thumb on the scale for the billionaires as opposed to for American families. Representative Vindman, I really appreciated you talking about what you have heard from veterans and from federal employees in your district, because I've been hearing the same thing in my district, that they do not like the country, the direction this country is going under this administration, and they want accountability. They don't want corruption and chaos. So it dovetailed so neatly with what I have been hearing from my constituents. And with respect to the accountability, Mr. Raskin, I was glad that you laid the connection between this crazy payola provision in the Senate bill that would basically direct taxpayer funds into the pockets of folks who were at least aligned with the president's efforts to undo the 2020 election. But you made the connection to the fact that just yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago now, all these pardons were issued to these fake electors and to Mr. Giuliani and other people who participated in those schemes. And again, it goes to accountability, and the accountability that the American people have the right to demand. So I would love it if you would address that.
Well, Ms. Scanlon, you and I have been on this for a long time now, ever since January 6th happened. And some of our colleagues mentioned the fact that this was a mass violent assault on the police in order to drive us out of the House chambers, the Senate chambers, in order to get to Vice President Pence, where they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," in order to try to force him or someone in his position to rebuff and repudiate electoral college votes of tens of millions of people from lots of states out there, including Pennsylvania, including Michigan, including Arizona. And these officers have gotten nothing from the Republican House majority, nothing. And they were wounded, they were injured, they were hospitalized, they were disfigured, they were disabled. No fun for their families. A lot of them were forced out of their jobs because they were so disabled they couldn't work anymore. What have they done for them? Nothing. In fact, We did get a vote for a plaque for them. It was supposed to have been put up in March of 2023, and Speaker Johnson and the Republicans won't even put up the plaque that's already been produced to honor those officers, much less give them a dime or give their families a penny, and they want to give $1 million payout to each of these Republican senators because the American justice system had the temerity to treat them like all other American citizens, which is if your number appears on the name of somebody involved on the call list of somebody involved in a criminal conspiracy, yeah, they want to know who else you were talking to. And that we're all subject to that. If they want to change that and give $1 million payout to people who have had their phone records disclosed to a grand jury, they're going to be spending billions of dollars on the American people. But those senators don't want to make that a right that all of us have. They want to make it a right just for them to have.
Well, just on that point of what is an appropriate remedy, I mean, supposedly the reason they installed this provision is some sort of discomfort with the investigation that the special counsel, Jack Smith, was doing. But hasn't Jack Smith been asked to come and testify before Congress? Couldn't he allay their fears if they would just let him testify in public?
None of those senators has gone to court to try to bring an action because there's no cause of action because their rights weren't violated.
Right.
There's no remedy because their rights weren't violated. Meantime, if they think it's bad that their phone records had to be disclosed because the grand jury wanted to see it, what do they think about the fact that our colleagues are being prosecuted for nonsense, like Monica MacGyver, who's facing 17 years in federal prison for doing her oversight duty? How about the fact they're going after Adam Schiff? Not as a potential witness, but as a subject of a clearly selective, vindictive prosecution, the same kind that's taking place with James Comey. How come they're not uttering a peep about that? How come Adam Schiff's not getting his $1 million? Where's Monica MacGyver's $1 million? They're subject to much worse government persecution than people whose phone records were turned over because they were talking to conspirators on January the 6th.
I couldn't agree more. And just once again, thank you all for your passion. And I know I've spoken to Ms. Stansberry and Ms. Hayes multiple times in recent days about SNAP and just the damage it's doing in our communities. To have the president for the first time ever blocking SNAP payments that were clearly available. So thank you for your advocacy. And I think all of these amendments should be made in order. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would echo sentiments of Ranking Member McGovern and the gentleman from Pennsylvania in terms of my gratitude to all of the witnesses for your testimony and for your efforts to fight on behalf of your constituents and the American people as valiantly as you have. I want to ask you, Ranking Member Raskin, a couple of questions regarding this corrupt, January 6th kickback provision that has been the subject of much discussion this evening. I have no doubt, notwithstanding the the feigned indignation of some of my Republican colleagues on this committee earlier about this provision, that they will undoubtedly support this provision, support this bill, and do nothing to address it. And I welcome them to come back into the room. I know they're back there if they'd like to perhaps challenge that proposition. So given that, I want to make sure the record is crystal clear because, as you know, the legislative history and the intent behind this particular provision, I suspect, will become the subject of whatever future litigation unfolds as a result of this provision. I think this provision is plainly unconstitutional. Ranking Member Raskin, I am sure you are very familiar with the 27th Amendment. How does this not violate the framers' proposition embedded in the 27th Amendment that precludes the very kind of corrupt, sort of self-dealing that this legislation provides for, right? As you know, we're not allowed to, members of Congress, the Congress as an institution cannot increase the salary of members of Congress, senators or members of the House, before an intervening election. And this provision clearly, I assume, is an attempt to subvert that, if not the plain text of the 27th Amendment, at least the spirit of it.
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct when I read this was, if they want to vote a on the table and we should move it forward, but this is a hell of a way to do it. But I'll tell you, the 27th Amendment is parallel to a number of other provisions in the Constitution. We've talked a lot about the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause. The Domestic Emoluments Clause in Article 1, Section 9 says that the salary of the president shall be fixed. It shall not be increased by $1 by him deriving other revenue from the federal government or state governments, and it shall not be decreased either. That's the president's salary, and the 27th Amendment adopts very much that same approach to our salaries, which we should not be increasing our own salaries, even if it's for a tiny subset of the overall Congress. So I would say between that and the Equal Protection Clause, this thing's a constitutional loser. I mean, the Equal Protection Clause, you know, there is strict scrutiny and heightened scrutiny when you're discriminating on the basis of race and gender and so on. But every law has to pass some minimal rational basis scrutiny. There's got to be some rational end and means adopted to it that makes sense. What is the rational end of giving 100 people a right not to be subpoenaed by a grand jury that the rest of the population doesn't have? And, you know, I don't think the House of Representatives should have anything to do with this self-dealing, but if you thought for some reason members of Congress should be treated differently than everybody else in the country, why just the members of the Senate? I mean, that's why I invoke the Roman Senate. I mean, we're at a state of tremendous decadence and corruption right now when the senators think that that's okay in order to get their vote for this terrible legislation that's been described so beautifully by our colleagues.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I do think ultimately this provision will be ruled unconstitutional for the reasons that you described. I want to read you just a short snippet here of a provision from the Senate rules. As you know, every member of the United States Senate is subject to the standards of conduct promulgated by the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Ethics. No different than House members, different standard of conduct, but nonetheless, equal force of obligations. Senate Rule 37.4 states very plainly, no member, officer, or employee shall knowingly use his or her official position to introduce or aid the progress or passage of legislation, a principal purpose of which is to further the official's or immediate family member's financial interest, or the financial interest of a limited class to which such individuals belong. This is Senate Rule 37.4 under the Senate Select Committee on Ethics.
That financial,
help me understand this, Ranking Member Raskin.
You know, Senate Rule 37.4 restates the basic premise of our whole system of government. And Madison said that no man shall be a judge in his own case. Right? That's why every legislature in the country has a provision just like the Senate rule you just cited. You can't vote on legislation that is going to narrowly benefit you or a small group of people like you. Well, that seems to me to be custom made for this situation. You've got 8 U.S. senators who get together to say, hey, there could be a payday for us. Why did they stop at $1 million? In fact, they didn't. You know, the $500,000 in each category is just the floor. It's not the ceiling. It starts there. But they could have started it on their rationale at 50 million, 100 million. I mean, Donald Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million, and his own Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the guy who went over to interview Ghislaine Maxwell and pronounced himself satisfied with her answers, he gets to decide whether Donald Trump is going to get $230 million. Why? What was the injury? Donald Trump said he was injured by the authorization of a judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. A court ordered it. They never appealed it. It was never struck down. You remember they found all kinds of classified documents illegally pilfered in his bathtub, and where the pool table was, they found everything there, but he doesn't like the way he felt. It hurt his feelings. And so he wants $230 million, and now Todd Blanche is going to get to decide. So these corrupt Republican senators say, hey, if Donald Trump can do that for $230 million, all I want is $1 million for my family. So those 8 got together, decided to violate that rule, decided to violate the 27th Amendment, and decided to violate equal protection. I'm glad you're laying it out for the record.
As am I. Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you. And it strikes me in each of the testimony that we've received tonight about each of the individual amendments, there's a theme that comes through. One is deep empathy and concern and care for the people you represent, the humble people who make us cry when we think about the impacts of these policies that are being passed here in D.C. that are terrible for our children, for our families, for our veterans. But there's also another theme that came through, I think, especially as we heard, our veteran on the panel speak about patriotism. And, we heard Olszewski speak about the Constitution and patriotism. And down to, Representative Raskin, there is a sense that what they are doing is un-American. It is against the principles for which we stand as a country, that corruption should not be the coin of the land. And Representative Vindman, I think you said it so eloquently, that as a veteran, how does all of this resonate, not just with you, but with your fellow veterans and military that you know of, right? Is it a sense of what is right and this oath to the Constitution rather than to a man?
Well, what I see is today or I guess yesterday on Veterans Day, that as we hold this debate, that this is a betrayal of those values and what veterans served in this country for, and some that made the ultimate sacrifice to basically watch the Congress and the Senate self-enrich, to watch this president and this administration self-enrich themselves. It is un-American, it's unacceptable, and I will tell you that the veterans that I know, that I interact with, they see that plain as day, and the American people see that. And look, we may not be satisfied today or in the next few days, but we have seen that the American people have already said and made very clear that chaos and cruelty and, frankly, corruption are not popular policies.
But this is the history of our America. Our America has always been about struggle to make that more perfect union, and working in that struggle for that more perfect union is never about one vote, and it's never about one moment, but it is about continuing to push and to organize and to raise the issues that you all have. Because we did not eliminate slavery and abolish slavery quickly. It took us years. We did not get women the right to vote for over a century. We didn't give Native Americans the right to vote. The last case was in New Mexico in the 1960s, right? And so this concept of what we are involved in, of working towards a more perfect union, is not something that we give up on in one vote. And this vote that we're going to be taking tonight is incredibly sad and worrisome about who we are as a nation, when we're going to have probably 9 votes against the amendment that when we move it, right? But we're going to have 9 votes against the amendments to protect those who are hungry. We're going to have 9 votes against the amendments to protect the Affordable Care Act and to protect Medicare and Medicaid and everything else. But that's not the end of our struggle, right? And I think that that's something that you have all done. I am going to yield to my ranking member.
No, I appreciate that, because I wanted, something's been on my mind here, and I wanted to be able to say it before all of our time is out. Madam Chair, first I want to thank you for being here for most of the 6 hours that this has gone on. I appreciate it. We have our differences, but I appreciate you being here. But I just want to note that for most of the 6 hours that we've been here, not a single one of your members could be bothered to sit in this room and listen and debate us. and they've been sitting home for 8 weeks. So you think they'd want to come here and defend this continuing resolution, or defend the process, or defend the policy that everybody seems to be so proud of. Instead, they spent the entire hearing sitting in your office, I guess just hanging out instead of working. But that's just a continuation of the same old laziness and failure to show up, to show up that we've seen for the last 8 weeks. And I got to tell you, again, I think if we're not listening to each other, if we're not in the same room, even when we're disagreeing with each other, we're not going to find common ground. And it really kind of bugs me, because I think there's so much at stake in what we're doing here today. And again, people are really disappointed that we have not had a formal session. We've not been in session for close to 8 weeks. And again, the issues we're hearing about today are so enormous and so important. But I just wanted to say that for the record, and I thank you for yielding the time.
Well, thank you. I mean, we could have had the conversation of Representative Scott about this amendment if we would have been here. We could have had the conversation with the 14 members who want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit subsidy. We could have had the conversation with the people who care about feeding the hungry. And it's not just those who receive the SNAP benefits. It's the grocery stores, it's the farmers, it's the others. And I'll give you some time to address that.
Well, no, I just wanted to say the fact that we're not even considering a single one of these amendments is a metaphor for the idea that there's a trust deficit and that our Republican colleagues have not shown themselves to be reliable legislating partners. We're in a moment right now where we're being asked to come back and we can decide, we can work these things out later. How can we trust that we'll have conversations and work these things out later when literally our first day back, no one is even here? Our first day back, we're not even having serious debate about, well, you know what? This is a good amendment. Let's offer it up. Let's have a vote on it. The fact that all of this was done as a take it or leave it not even, you can't even call it a negotiation. You vote for it or you leave it. That's the only option, and we're supposed to accept sick children, choose between sick children and hungry children, and that's supposed to be a choice for us. I refuse to accept that. And the fact that my Republican colleagues are not even here, as Mr. McGovern said, to have a debate. You mean to tell me of all the amendments that were presented, there's not one that the Republicans are open to saying, you know what, there's a good point there. Let's spend some more time on this. It says that you don't want to work with us. That's the takeaway right now. You don't want to work with us. You don't want to feed children. You don't want to talk about health care. You don't want to do any of these things. Tonight, the last 50 some odd days is a metaphor for the environment that we are operating in right now, and the fact that everything was contingent upon a promise of a future conversation when we can't even have a right now conversation tells us everything we want to know about what is happening. And I hope the American people are paying attention to this, because when Democrats were in the majority, the things that we fought for were healthcare subsidies and feeding people and making sure we took care of people. When Republicans were in the majority, the things that they fought for were permanent tax credits for the wealthiest individuals. And that's just facts. That's not a narration. That's not an opinion. That is just the facts about what was passed under each Congress. The fact that the PACT Act, some of the provisions are being rolled back, while the protections in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act remain the same. The fact that the Republican majority is doing all they can to rebrand that says that you know that it's bad. You know that it's bad. There was nothing beautiful about it. So I thank you all for everything. You know, people are watching, people understand. One of the things about being at home for so many weeks in a row was that I really had a sense to talk to people all over the district, and it is clear that the American people are on the side of healthcare, they're on the side of feeding people, they're on the side of taking care of their neighbors, and nothing that this Congress does in this moment is going to change that.
Thank you very much. And I would also point out that it's about 73% of the American people want us to extend those tax credits, and that includes Republicans and independents as well as Democrats. One last quick question. Representative Raskin, the $8 million and the fact that these 8 senators were specifically singled out, they got special treatment, right, by having this retroactive. But this money, that's the floor, because all the senators going forward can seek this kind of payment, correct? So $8 million is just the floor. It's going to go way higher.
Absolutely. And this is a special right and privilege that they have now dealt to the 100 Americans, the Americans who are in the U.S. Senate, against all other 335 or 40 million people in the country, including all other elected officials. So
it's a money spigot that only flows to the senators. That's like a visual of how I see this. There's a special spigot that those 8 get, but the money spigot only goes to the senators in this instance. And with that, I think, unless there's anything else, I'll go ahead and yield back.
Thank you for yielding, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. The panel is dismissed. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, the Continuing Appropriations, Agriculture, Legislative Branch, Military Construction, and Veterans Affairs and Extensions Act of 2026. The rule makes an order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and the Senate amendment. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee.
Thank you very much. You have now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee add a section to the rule providing expedited procedures in the House for consideration of a Senate-passed measure extending the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits. Speaker Johnson has not committed to holding a House vote on a Senate deal to preserve 4 million people's health care and prevent premiums from skyrocketing for over 20 million Americans. I certainly hope he'll change his mind if the Senate sends us a bipartisan health care fix, but hope won't get you far in the 118th Congress. So let's ensure that we have the chance for an up or down vote. Expedited procedures would allow any member to bring the Senate-passed measures straight to the floor for a debate and a vote. I want to be clear, a yes vote on this motion is a vote to guarantee that the House can consider a bipartisan bill protecting Americans' health care if it passes the Senate. A no vote will to allow a Senate health care deal to would allow a Senate health care deal to die a quiet death and turn a blind eye to working families who will continue to struggle to pay for health insurance next year. So I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back.
Does any Republican wish to speak to Mr. McGovern's motion? Nope. Anyone else wish to speak to Mr. McGovern's motion? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, this is basically so that the deal that was struck in the Senate is not simply a pinky promise, but that there is a way to actually vote in the House if the Senate takes up the Affordable Care Act tax credit extensions. I think we should vote for this amendment so that we can actually put in place the deal that was struck in the Senate. It's an easy thing. Let people vote. We should let people vote on these matters.
Well, the majority leader in the Senate has said that he will call for a vote. And if a bill comes to the House, I believe that the Speaker will deal with that also. So I don't think that we need to do an amendment to force the Speaker to do something.
Well, with respect, Madam Chair, I haven't heard the Speaker make that promise.
I didn't say he had.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say he had.
Okay, all right.
I said I believe
about
that
it.
he will.
Okay, all right.
I believe that he
I got
will.
it. All right.
So I don't intend to speak for him. Okay. Hearing no further debate, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
for a
to.
roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion or amendment?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 30 to Senate Amendment H.R. 5371 offered by myself, which repeals the $186 billion in cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program included in the Big Ugly Bill, which harms all SNAP beneficiaries, including families with kids, older adults, and veterans. Madam Chair, Republicans have ignored the needs of everyday Americans, people in our districts just trying to get by amid sky-high food costs in order to help billionaires out with another tax break. The Big Ugly Bill cuts millions of parents, older adults, veterans, homeless people, and former foster youth off of SNAP. It cuts benefits for every single person on SNAP, including children, all to fund, again, the tax breaks for the richest people of the country. Think about that for a minute. You are taking food away from veterans and cutting SNAP benefits for kids to fund tax breaks for billionaires. It seems to me to be twisted and shameful. Everywhere I go in my district, I hear from families who are scared to death about losing access to SNAP or having their benefits cut. Parents don't know how they will afford food for their kids. Older adults are scared that they will have to take prescriptions on an empty stomach. I visited a veterans pantry in Millbury, Massachusetts last week in my district, and the need is at an all-time high. Food prices are going through the roof. And this bill, and the bill we're debating today, institutes a one-year farm bill extension. That's the third time Republicans have knocked the can down the road and neglected bipartisan negotiations on a farm bill. So we don't have another opportunity for another year to try to address some of the cuts in the Big Ugly Bill. You chose to help billionaires over regular working class people, and now those people are left terrified that they won't have enough food to eat. It doesn't have to be this way. So I'm giving Republicans another chance. Please, hungry people in every one of your districts and in ours are counting on you. So please repeal the cuts to the SNAP that were made as part of that legislation. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back my time.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern asked for a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern, you recognize.
I have an amendment to the rule. I urge the committee to make an order amendment number 24 to send an amendment to HR 5371 offered by Representative Hayes, who we just heard from, which ensures uninterrupted benefits for supplemental nutrition assistance program during a lapse in government funding.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houghton? No. Mrs. Houghton, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 20 to the Senate amendment to HR 5371 offered by Representative Wasserman Schultz, which restores $51.7 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund. Today is Veterans Day, but this bill still cuts health care for veterans who were exposed to toxic substances while defending our country. The amendment is simple. It honors the commitment we made to the veterans who served this country with distinction and honor in the PACT Act. Advancing funding for VA medical care is nothing new, and it should not be controversial. However, this bill appears to undo a bipartisan compromise reached in the House that would have fully funded over $50 billion in advanced spending for the Toxic Exposures Fund. Toxic exposed veterans shouldn't have to wonder whether Congress will decide to fund the expanded medical care and benefits they've earned. A vote for this amendment will restore the bipartisan compromise reached in the House to advance appropriations for the Toxic Exposures Fund. A vote against this amendment is a vote against ensuring access to medical care for veterans.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion, chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houghton? Mrs. Houghton, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, I am Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, I am Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, I am Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 70 to the Senate amendment to HR 5371 offered by the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries, which extends the enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years. Right now, tens of millions of Americans are experiencing skyrocketing health care costs. Due to Republican inaction, the 24 million people on the Affordable Care Act will experience an average premium increase of 114% next year. This will bankrupt families, take away people's access to see a doctor or receive treatment. This inaction will cost lives. This amendment would provide the certainty that Americans need and deserve by cleanly extending the enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years. By adopting this simple amendment, Republicans could join us and avert the most significant premium hike in history and protect health care for over 4 million Americans. With this simple amendment, Republicans could join us in protecting access to doctor and the ability to afford prescription drugs. With this simple amendment, Republicans could join us in standing up for working class Americans. With this simple amendment, Republicans could join us in saving lives. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I'm going to exercise amazing restraint at this moment. Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. Mr. McGovern.
I need a roll call on that.
Mr. McGovern would like a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Yes. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 32 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, offered by myself, which strikes the language in the big, beautiful bill which defunds Planned Parenthood. The CBO numbers don't lie. By defunding Planned Parenthood, the big, ugly bill increases the deficit. So this isn't about saving money. It's about punishing Planned Parenthood and the 1 million people who rely on its health centers every year for cancer screenings, STI testing, birth control, and safe, legal abortion. Republicans are willing to gut public health, cut off care to millions, and take away essential services, all to get a win for their most extreme base and to secure tax cuts for billionaires. This provision doesn't just target abortion, it targets health care. It strips care away from low-income patients, young people, and anyone who relies upon Planned Parenthood. In many communities, Planned Parenthood health centers are the only expert, affordable provider of sexual and reproductive health care. And we know exactly how much this cruel provision costs, $300 million. And that's before you consider the very real impacts that will have on people and communities. So that's why I'm introducing an amendment to repeal this expensive and harmful provision to protect Americans' access to the life-saving health care that we know Planned Parenthood provides. At a time when our entire healthcare system is under attack, this protection is more important than ever. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment 40 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, offered by myself, which would make WIC mandatory spending, thereby sparing it from being impacted by future shutdowns. This amendment would codify Ranking Member Bobby Scott's bill to make WIC mandatory spending. WIC provides healthy food, baby formula, and nutrition support for nearly 7 million pregnant women, new moms, and young children. That's about half of all infants born in this country. It helps families afford milk and eggs, vegetables, cereal, basic staples that every parent needs to help keep their child healthy. It provides breastfeeding counseling, health screenings, and referrals for prenatal care. And it's one of the most effective public health programs ever created. But every time there's a shutdown, this program gets put at risk. WIC is classified as discretionary spending, which means its funding can stop the second a shutdown begins. I'm sorry, but babies don't believe that food is discretionary, and I don't either. This isn't a question of whether we can afford WIC. It's whether we have the moral decency to guarantee that no baby in America goes hungry when politicians in Washington can't come to a timely resolution to an issue. The solution is simple. WIC should be made a mandatory funding program, just like Social Security and Medicare. It should be shielded from shutdowns and partisan games. That's why I'm introducing this amendment to make WIC a mandatory program and guarantee parents and children can rely on this life-saving benefit. So I would urge a yes vote on this and yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I'd request a roll call vote.
Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment 49 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, offered by Representative Horsford, which provides that all financial support provided to Argentina not explicitly authorized by Congress is hereby terminated, and $40 billion is hereby appropriated to go towards extending the Affordable Care Act's extended tax credits through December 31st, 2027. We heard earlier from my colleague, Congressman Horsford, that it is madness that Donald Trump is sending a $40 billion bailout to Argentinian hedge fund investors during a government shutdown and at a time when he is also arguing that we can't afford to help American families buy health insurance. So while families are going hungry and Americans are begging Republicans to prevent their health care premiums from doubling, and Republicans were saying we couldn't afford it, Donald Trump was busy sending billions to his buddies abroad. So with this amendment, we want to give our Republican colleagues another chance to distance themselves from the policy and political failures of this White House. Please vote for this amendment. Show the American people that you care more about their health care than the Argentina politicians who are receiving billions of taxpayer dollars. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the move. I move the committee make an order amendment number 25 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371 offered by myself, which strikes Section 213 of Division C, which allows senators who were legally subpoenaed during the January 6th criminal conspiracy investigation to get millions of dollars deposited into their bank accounts at taxpayer expense. Now, we have offered various amendments tonight because we want to make sure we go on the record to determine where do Republicans stand. Do they stand with Argentina, with the $40 billion we're sending down there, or with American taxpayers and their needs for health care and those tax credits? Do they stand with the babies who need the WIC funding? Do they stand in favor of farmers and veterans and children and families who require that nutrition funding. This amendment is slightly different because you agree with us on this policy position. We have heard several of you speak to the fact that you think that this Senate provision is wrong. We have called it corruption. We do not think it is proper that American taxpayers should be sending millions of dollars into individual senators' bank accounts. And those 8 senators that we named earlier are not the only senators which may receive these funds. That is the minimum. This money can continue to flow. We have heard you say that you don't have the power to do anything about this because you want to fund the government, because you want to keep it open. If you would have been here earlier, you would have heard the panels discuss the fact that this could be fast-tracked. We could get this done. But it only gets done if the House exercises its power. And your power is your vote. Your constituents sent you here to vote, not to make a speech, not to say I think it's wrong, and to tweet something and then vote the opposite. The only way this gets changed is if you vote to change it. And so that's why we are bringing this amendment to eliminate this. I also want to make sure that we thank Congressman Raskin and Subramaniam, who have similar amendments and provided excellent testimony tonight about this. So let's see what kind of courage we all have to stand up to this kind of corruption and special treatment for senators, for 100 people who will be treated completely different than every other American who may have their records legally subpoenaed by the Department of Justice. With that, Madam Chair, I move my amendments, and I encourage all of us to think carefully about your vote.
Madam Chair?
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I would just simply say to my colleagues, do the right thing. Because if you don't stop this now, you're never going to stop it. I mean, I don't. This will be a done deal. You will not find a vehicle to be able to get at this. And if we pass this amendment, make this amendment in order tonight, John Thune get on the telephone and get his senators back there tomorrow night. You could fix this, and the government could be open. But don't use the excuse that, oh, this is going to slow down the opening of the government, or that, well, we can't do, our hands are tied. I mean, you either want to fix this problem or you don't. But understand this, if we don't fix it now, you're never going to fix it. It's a done deal, and it's not just the senators who allow this to happen that are responsible. It will be you as well. I yield back.
Mr. Griffith seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, quote, the government needs to open and it needs to open immediately, end quote. Abigail Spanberger, governor-elect, said that on Sunday. As I said earlier, the problem with all of these amendments is that it stops the government from being able to open. We're trying to get the government reopened hopefully tomorrow. And I heard the debate earlier about you can fast track it, you can go, there's 2 ways to do it. You can do it on unanimous consent, or you can have a roll call. I heard the gentleman say that. The problem is that a majority of the Democrats in the Senate have opposed this all the way. All it takes is one to say, I want a roll call. Any one of the roughly, I guess it's 40, of the senators who voted no can demand a roll call, and we lose another week. As I also said before, my district, one of the most economically stressed districts in the nation, has suffered enough. We heard our colleagues say that there needed to be some suffering to get what they wanted. My district has suffered enough. It suffers economically on a fairly regular basis. And in this 40 plus, now 42 days I think we're at, it has suffered. The suffering needs to end, and we can end it. But to do so, because of the way the process works here, we have to send it back to the Senate if we agree to any of these amendments. And I disagree with my colleague on the other side who said, and he may be right, but I disagree that there's only one chance to do it, and it's now. No, there's going to be other chances that we can strike back at the Senate before the senators actually start filing their claims. And I suspect, after all the attention that's been brought on this, any senator that plans to run for re-election is not going to make a claim. So I think that this is going to resolve itself. But if not, I'm prepared to vote later. But I'm not prepared to keep the government shut an additional day. And I said earlier we were going to vote on Wednesday. It is Wednesday. With all of the discussion that we've had, we're now into Wednesday. So we want to get the government open today, later today. That's our goal. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what my people sent me here to do. That's what the governor-elect of Virginia has asked us to do. And I am going to do it by voting no, even though the intent of the amendment is justified. I yield back.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Scanlon.
I would first yield briefly to Mr. McGovern.
And I'll tell you, people watching this, if people are still up, are rolling their eyes. Because when you want to, this institution can move at the speed of light. To pass tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, corporate bailouts, I mean, it would do it in a nanosecond. But when it comes to this, corruption, oh no, we can't, oh no, we can't compel the Senate to come back. You know, I mean, you tried to jam the Senate by sending over your flawed continuing resolution. Now they jammed you back. And you're just going to accept it. And the bottom line is accepting this means that the people who do not vote for this amendment are complicit in this. And I'm going to tell you, if you believe that this will be fixed, I mean, you know, I don't know. I've been around here a while. You know, I see how this place works. Once this is done, it is done. The Senate will never revisit this, and we'll be powerless to do anything about it. So, but it's just frustrating as hell that when people want to move quickly here, they do. But when people just want to talk about things, you know, and not see any changes, we see how this plays out. It really is frustrating. I understand why people are frustrated with this institution. I yield back to my colleague. Yeah.
Gentleman yields back.
No, he yielded back to me.
Ms. Scanlon yields back.
No, not yet. I didn't.
I'm sorry.
He was just yielding back to me. Appreciate it.
Would you like to speak, Ms. Scanlon?
Yes,
You're recognized.
please. Thank you. What I find, well, among many things that is so troubling about this is all year we have seen Congress rolling over and letting the White House trample on the Constitution, trample on laws, and now we're seeing the House prepared to roll over and let the Senate trample on things. It's not the way our constitutional order is supposed to work. It's not how legislation is supposed to work. I'm very unsympathetic to the idea that it's too late, that the government's been shut down too long. Well, you could have come back a little earlier and we could have hashed this out earlier. But so don't tell us that, you know, it's too late to do anything. And finally, the idea that senators would be too shamed to take advantage of their multi-million-dollar payout, you know, in case you haven't recognized, shame appears to be dead in D.C. So I don't think your arguments are persuasive, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's just be very clear. Republicans in the House voted to fund the government 50 days ago. Democrats in the House voted to close the government. Republicans in the Senate voted 14 times to fund the government. Democrats in the Senate voted 14 times to keep it closed. All of the suffering that the American people have been enduring, discussed here tonight, fall only on one party, the Democrats. Democrats thought this political stunt would give them leverage. They used the American people as leverage, and for what? Really, so big insurance companies can continue collecting big payouts. Let's discuss WIC. We had an amendment on WIC. President Trump made sure that this program was fully funded despite the Democrats turning off the funding for it. Democrats have lamented for hours about all the people hurting from the shutdown that they caused. We've listened to Democrats talk about how health care is too expensive due to a system they broke. Now they want the American people to believe they're gaslighting and hand even more money to big government and big insurance. But more money is not going to fix a broken program. Think about this. They shut down the government to fight for enhanced premium subsidies. Guess who gets those? Insurance companies. They shut down the government so insurance CEOs can benefit from record profits. Now, on to the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Many of us agree that no agency of government should ever be used to intimidate or target members of Congress or the Senate. But we also know that the harms inflicted on this institution and on President Trump by the Biden Department of Justice are so egregious, they border on treason. The American people deserve confidence in the DOJ that it's not weaponized against anyone, especially elected officials who have a constitutional duty to hold government accountable. Now, I cannot answer today what the appropriate remedy is, but I do believe that every citizen has a right to petition their government and seek a redress of grievances. Here's where we differ tonight. Today, the American people have suffered long enough under a Democrat-led shutdown, and I'm not willing to keep the government closed while these issues are debated and decided in the House. I will vote against the amendment and for the rule because people have suffered long enough under the Schumer shutdown. I'm happy to discuss a standalone bipartisan bill to address this issue moving forward, but I won't make this change today and continue to stall the process. It's time to reopen the government and end the shutdown. I yield back.
Madam,
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually did not intend to speak on this amendment, but to my colleague from
follow your intentions.
What was that?
You should follow your intentions.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Madam Chair, but I could not resist the temptation to respond to some of the comments from my colleagues on the side of the aisle, and in particular my colleague from Indiana, who has joined us now. It's 1 a.m. here, I believe, to her first remarks of the hearing today after 7 hours, 8 hours of testimony from our colleagues and from the appropriations leaders and all the rest. But nonetheless, wonderful to welcome her to this committee. With respect to this amendment, again, it is folly to think that once this is signed into law by President Trump, that it will ever change. Why do you think these senators packaged this provision into the CR in the first instance? It's because they knew that you would make the exact arguments you're making now. Well, of course, perhaps this provision is problematic, but I can't possibly vote in favor of this amendment now and put at risk all of the various rationales that all of my colleagues have offered. It's ridiculous. If you oppose this provision, which I believe, as I said, is a corrupt provision, and I suspect that there are some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who agree with me. Actually, some is very charitable. There are two colleagues of mine, three, I think, on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Roy, Mr. Scott, and the gentleman from Virginia, who I think agree that this provision is deeply problematic and should not become law. I don't, with respect to the sentiments of the rest of my colleagues, I guess I just would take this at face value. Because in my view, it is very clear to me that at least with respect to those three individuals, you've expressed your reservations. And I would simply encourage you, at least one or two of my colleagues whom I mentioned, vote in favor of this amendment so that we can at least send a signal to the Senate that what they did in this instance is unacceptable. If you do not, if the amendment fails, if it can't garner a single Republican vote, again, I think this Senate will see this for what it is, which is complicity that at the end of the day, sure, House Republicans may make a lot of noise, but fundamentally, we can roll them whenever we'd like. We've done it multiple times this year. We will continue to do it for the remainder of the 119th Congress. And I sincerely believe that Mr. Scott and Mr. Roy, I believe that you agree with me that this provision is wrong. I honestly do. So I'm just asking you, vote in favor of the amendment, send a signal to those senators that this was unacceptable. I yield back. Or I yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
If you would, I mean, you have done that before. We have seen, not frequently, very infrequently, but where you have exercised that kind of independence and voted your conscience on some of these issues. And we appreciate that because we know that's not easy to do. So I do encourage you to consider the signal you are sending to the Senate, the signal you are sending to Americans when you can't even vote for an amendment to strip this provision. And with that, I yield back to my...
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Roy.
I'll only add just a couple of thoughts to what the gentlelady from Indiana said. The bill before us, as the gentleman from Virginia articulated, is a bill that will open the government probably in about 24 hours if all goes to the current schedule tomorrow, voting.
Or less.
Or, yeah, give or take. And that's the whole point. That's what we're doing. That's what the last 54 days, quoting my friend from Indiana, that the American people have been watching. And the messages we get and people asking what's going to happen, the folks at TSA that we've all met with, people, the air traffic controllers we've all met with, all the things that we've all been doing. For whatever theater this is all about, which 99.9% of Americans aren't going to give a rip about or watch. And that's all this is political theater in this room here right now. It's just back and forth trying to joust on political points, Democrat, Republican. That's it. That's all that's happening. The fact is you have an egregious violation, an abuse of power by the FBI, the Department of Justice, that was carried out against United States senators. Just an egregious abuse of power in coordination with a federal judge that comes in and says that AT&T can't provide the records to a sitting United States senator. At least one of the providers had the courage to at least go into court and say, wait a minute, speech and debate clause, maybe we can't do this. At least one of them did that. But the extent to which 20% of the Republican members of the Senate were targeted by the FBI is extraordinary. And we haven't talked about that at all. We're going to talk about the corruption. Let's talk about that corruption. The power of the government, the executive branch, being targeted to Article 1 in that way. That merits full hearings, full discussion. It should offend us all. But fine, we'll get there. But we're sitting here in the Rules Committee, and we're talking about this now, having this information now at our disposal.
We're talking about a slush fund. That's what we're talking about.
And we're talking about the root cause of what we're talking about.
You either favor the slush fund.
We're talking about, it's my time. And what we're talking about is how we got here. The abuse of power by the FBI and a federal judge. That's the truth. No. I don't like the provision, but this is my time.
Come on.
The fact of the matter
Mr. Neguse.
The fact of the matter is, that's the corruption that should be alarming to any member of Congress. The dismissal by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle tells you everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know. A complete lack of regard for what the executive branch did to target members of the United States Senate and members of Congress and our colleagues. When my friend Scott Perry was on family vacation and has the FBI rolling into his house in front of his kids to confiscate his phone. We don't seem to care about that. We don't seem to care about that abuse of power. This is my time. But this is what my colleagues don't seem to care about. And what we're here now talking about is an amendment that, yes, I expressed early and share and continue to share the concern. Well, you can say whatever you want. The fact of the matter, like, logic and reason should matter here. And what my point before that you scoffed at, Mr. Ranking Member, earlier, when I said this is political theater, that's precisely what it is. Because if you're being at all objective about this, you would be equally concerned about the corruption of what we saw to the Department of Justice and the FBI, as you are concerned about a provision that I don't believe should have been put in the bill. But no, we're not going to reject the funding of the government today, because that provision was inserted in the bill. But I joined my friend in Indiana, and I would join my friend from Virginia and my friend from Georgia or any of my other colleagues who want to go address this issue on a standalone bill as soon as tomorrow or next week or in the Rules Committee next week. But that's the position we're taking. And the American people should be reminded as to why we're even having the conversation in the first place. I yield back, man.
Madam Chair, just one point. It's not a slush fund. It actually is a payment to them individually. So just...
Thank you for clarifying that.
Nick? The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern. Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
So Madam...
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I had a couple of more, and I don't think they'll get as much debate, even though I wish they would. But I will just add this one. Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee to make an order amendment number 29 to the Senate Amendment H.R. 5371, offered by myself, which reaffirms USDA's authority to reimburse states for SNAP and NAP under Section 118 and require state reimbursements for other nutrition programs. And the reason I need to bring this amendment, even though we are at this late hour and we had such a great conversation about my earlier amendment, is because there were certain states that stepped up to make sure their families, their veterans, their children, their elderly did not go hungry when the USDA refused to disperse the money that was sitting there, basically sitting there in the bank, available to fund SNAP. In every other shutdown, that contingency fund that sits at USDA precisely for purposes like this has been used so that people don't go hungry. And in this instance, sadly, President Trump and USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins decided that they weren't going to send it out. So Democratic states like New Mexico and Vermont and others, but also Republican states like Virginia and Louisiana and others did what the federal government was refusing to do. They kept their children, seniors, and people with disabilities fed. And I think it is only proper, and it was left out of this bill, that we show the same leadership that they did, and we reimburse them. This is what has been done in the past, too. I mean, that's the thing is like we have never used hunger. A president has never used hunger before as a cudgel. And this time, this president did, even though the money was there. And so I think that we need to make sure that all states, including those Republican states who stepped up to make sure their people did not go hungry, receive the reimbursements that is normally done. And this administration shouldn't have needed a court order to care about Americans' hunger. All it needed was a conscience. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment that requires the administration to reimburse states who made sure no child, veteran, or senior went to sleep hungry. And with that, I ask a yes vote on my amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. We just did that. We just did that. Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentlewoman from Minnesota. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. Mr. McGovern requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, remanaging this rule for the majority. Mr. McGovern for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned. Good morning, everybody.